shoot you, right? Where's the gun?
Okay, here you go. No.
Oh yeah, her too. Hey Jordan, hold on.
She doesn't like it when I say that though.
I know, I'm just gotta go.
Her anxiety kicks up.
Did they took it out? Did we walk off with it?
Who took the gun?
Find it.
Hey, what?
Was it in her office?
Maybe.
Do you check her office?
I'm gonna go talk to Sherry.
Right on the phone.
Where is the temperature thing? Oh no, look at the shell, it's all messy.
It's okay, I can easily fix that.
You gotta go ask Sherry for it, see if she has in her office.
It's not the I don't see it over there.
Maybe someone took it.
What do I not like?
What did I say? I gotta shoot you now.
You can't find it, it's not here.
I can't find the gun, so luckily I can't shoot you.
Yeah.
Maybe it's
Okay, here you go.
No, the last place it was right here.
Maybe it's on the table over there.
Someone might have just snatched it.
This is still here, so why isn't that? No, let's just look around.
Yeah, that's true. We should just. It could be misplaced.
Let's see. I already checked here. Let's check the back area too.
It could be misplaced.
Could be one of these shelves too. Let's check our ass. Anything? Nope. Not here either.
Yeah, I'm purple today. Mason's gonna call me a grape.
I'm also quite a great myself.
Yeah.
I don't have
The
this one.
grapes are always make away like raisins.
Okay. Makes sense. Yes.
Should you check the kitchen? Oh, you never know.
Not here.
Hello?
And if it is,
Not in the back.
There's something nice to check in it.
what? Maybe.
Maybe.
God.
Who is that?
Someone is calling me on Discord.
Oh, what's up, Beth? Would you just hate that?
There, I fixed it.
Do you hate that?
Is that your Discord call?
Yeah.
Who's calling
I have no idea and I don't want to look.
You're like, I don't
I've
have
been keeping a
time.
lot of random calls on WhatsApp app lately.
Oh.
For like years.
Good thing I have my phone on mute so no one has to call me.
I never have my phone on mute.
I would hate it if that happened during a Zoom meeting.
Oh my god.
Oh god, that would be, I've had that happen, where like you're in a Zoom meeting and someone calls you on WhatsApp and you're like,
Who is this? Right.
it's like, can't really answer you at this one.
That's cool.
Nathan. Down that close.
A lot of people right.
Maybe next door might accidentally take it.
You're a raspberry.
I doubt it. No. Good.
We looked in the kitchen. We looked in on shelves.
Let me check in here. Nope. Fine, these.
Me? I was thinking, you know what I was thinking? Maybe Paul might have covered back when it's still the $3.
Oh, yeah.
Maybe?
Wow.
Cause last time they had.
We should ask the
chicken.
assistants if they see if they
And
get
Paul
it.
had it, he was checking him and.
They might know.
Cause what else I can think of too, like, maybe the bathroom or some,
No,
you
Or they
know?
might know where
Surely
it is
when
too.
me
Yeah.
and Nathan were here staying on Friday, it was literally right
Oh.
there still, where it was placed.
We looked all over wherever we could.
Interesting. Good job getting the tables back. Thank you all for looking around. Did you look on that shelf?
Yeah, we did.
Okay.
Even behind the gloves, nothing in the lights.
Did we check the bathroom?
I think it'll be in there. There's not much shelf space, so you could look and see. As long as you turn those lights on.
You never know.
Maybe.
Anything's possible.
So how was your Mother's Day?
It was good. Thanks for asking. I have my mom all day on Sundays, so it's kind of a long day.
Long
How-
and boring day.
Well, it's just, my mom could be a lot. Anyway, but it was a good day. We went to, Garcia's to eat.
Oh, that sounds nice.
What'd you do?
Me and my grandma and her parents, we went, and had a family gathering because we're all vaccinated.
Good. So that's nice to be able to come out and
Yeah.
do some of these things again. Where's Nathan?
He'll be here soon. He's walking. He was feeling kinda. What was it?
Nauseous.
Yeah, I did. He was feeling nauseous while he was on the bus, so he was walking it off.
That's
You know, concerning.
Craziest
Whenever
word, no.
whenever someone feels nauseous, it's not a good sign.
I know. That's why I kind of felt a little.
Say something.
Yeah, I felt like I needed to say something.
Yeah.
I did.
It's always good to do that.
Yeah. Walking won't heal everything, that's for sure.
It's always good to let somebody know, like teacher know or staff know.
Yeah. I just hope he's okay.
Oh yeah, today and tomorrow we have DMV all day.
Yeah, I know. We're gonna be working on it all day. Did you bring your book?
Dang it, I forgot that.
Yeah, I did need it.
She told us for all
Yeah.
of us to bring it, did they?
Did you bring
Yeah.
yours?
Yeah, I did.
Oh, me and B too.
I didn't have an
Oh,
extra,
wait.
so I just brought mine. The only other one I had was from 2016.
You had 2021?
Huh?
You had the one this year?
2020. They don't have 2021 yet.
Oh, okay.
The only do is with like new laws that they changed.
So
Yeah.
guys, when you come in here, even if you're coming in the morning, what do you have to wear?
Uniform?
Uniform.
I'm mask? I don't have a mask, yeah.
Okay, I hear a few of you are not wearing them when you come in the morning. It's not an option, okay? When we eat is really the only time that we can be taking these off,
Or when you drink.
or when you have something to drink. But you can't just come in and think, well, there's only a few of us, I don't have to have a mask on, okay?
Right.
Alright?
Maybe it's not.
Oh, there's.
You all know who you are.
Yeah, then you tell them.
Okay, but you need to do that, alright?
Or you-
Good morning. How are
I
you?
think Ryan pulled in,
You
cause I
okay?
saw someone that looked like him drive over this way.
Okay. Are you okay this morning?
Yeah, I'm fine. I like to take in fresh air to wake myself up.
Okay. Alright, so today, a lot of you are going to be doing D&B.
I forgot my book. It's been hectic week with a hectic weekend with children.
Yeah, I heard you had a lot of them. And your birthday is Wednesday?
No, mine's July 15th.
Why do I have on my calendar that your birthday? Okay. I didn't think it was, but it was on my calendar at home. I'm like, I better ask Jordan about that. Okay, so are you still on this schedule, Jordan?
Well, the Tuesdays still, I only did Friday and Saturday. I'm not sure for this week, cause
Okay, you'll let me know when you get it.
they're getting rid of the cool app that we use for the schedule, and they're giving us like a red thing to fill our schedule now.
Okay, alright. So on our RT, what day did we say we wanted to go?
I think you said Friday.
But we were missing the same people if we went Friday,
Yeah,
right?
cause Andrew wouldn't be able to go.
And
Yeah.
Stefan wouldn't be able to go.
Yeah.
There'd only be me and Dewey and Jonathan.
So Tuesday or Thursday?
But Thursday is DMV.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
has anyone else gotten what they need to be able to go downtown?
I don't have what I need yet, cause I still need I already planned my appointment.
What do you mean? Oh, for the doctor?
Yeah, yeah.
Good
second
job,
week
when do you go?
Next week.
Okay. Jonathan, have you come up with anything? No? I'll have to talk to Dad. So, no one else is ready to go downtown, correct? Morning. Right? So do we not go next week then? Give you another week?
I have to go with time for my doctor to get the stuff you out of me.
So should we shoot for the following Thursday? Cause that gets our people, right?
Which Thursday would that be?
Hmm?
Which Thursday would that be?
That would be Thursday, who's got the date
I
on?
do. That would be, 20th of next week.
Oh, my tummy's not well today. Okay. So 5:20.
Mm-hmm.
Just have to erase all this. I don't know what that was.
Oh, that was for DMV.
Okay.
Ryan's here.
Alright, Tony, Ryan's here. Hi, Ryan. Okay, so we're saying, Connect card 520. That's a Thursday. Sorry, these are getting out of order. If I erase them every single time I add new dates, then it just.
Bye, Tony.
Bye, Tony. Bye. Have a great day. See you later. Take care. What's the list for? Yeah, it's Monday. He's got it. He's got the Monday going. Bye, Dave.
Alright.
Well, bye. See you later. Oh, you got something on your foot. There you go. Bye. Love you. Okay. So today, Monday's schedule. What am I doing? I'm on the same pen. What's wrong with me? I got these colors now.
Yeah, this is the color.
Okay. There goes that lovely noise, huh?
Yeah. I'm gotten used to it by now.
Are ya? Some
It still
people
gives me
are
a
bothered by noises more than others.
It still gives me a headache.
8:30 discussion, so then 9 o'clock is going to be DMV for multiple of you.
It's the same time my Zoom meeting is.
and, Tyler Zoom.
Well, you don't have to do that.
Of course, do. Okay, so then DMV is going to be, tell me your names, Jordan,
Me. Clyde.
Glad, Devin, Andrew, right? Is that it?
Jonathan.
Oh, sorry, Jonathan. Andrew. This is going on. Jonathan.
It's gonna take up a lot of space.
Yeah, it is. Okay, so who does that leave me with?
Me and Sam,
And Nathan. So I got,
I wouldn't even work for DSP.
huh?
I wouldn't even work for DSP.
You already passed the written.
Yep.
Royce, Sam, and Nathan. You all, so we're gonna do DMV pretty much for the day, correct? Okay. So I just got 3 of you here. Nathan, I gave you that assignment. Did you get it yet that we put in the door? Here, I'll grab that
Oh,
for you.
yeah, no, I didn't do that yet.
Okay. And maybe you might even wanna look up too in auto, different ones that you're interested in to see what the classes look like in the job market and the pay and all that.
I'm pretty sure before he graduates Project Search, Nathan's gonna have his driver's license.
Probably. Probably, you never know.
Sam, I guarantee you have plenty to do on Apex. So Royce, what would you like to work on this day?
I'm not really sure there's a lot of things to work on.
Well, you don't have a job,
Yeah, I know.
so what do you think about that? Go ahead, Glenn.
I have an idea for him.
Go ahead.
Graduation stuff?
Yeah, write your speech,
Oh, yeah.
okay? So, thank you, great idea. Okay, so that's gonna be grad speech.
It came off the top of my head, I was thinking, wait, yes.
He's like, thanks, buddy.
I was thinking,
No,
wait,
you
he's
do need to
graduating.
get that done though. And so Sam will Apex. And Nathan, do you like this assignment or is there something you could think of that would be better for you to do?
That sounds fun.
Anything, I mean, anything pressing that you're like, gosh, I just need to know this and I'm not getting enough of that or?
Not really, no.
Okay, so then we're gonna give you that assignment. Okay, so remember, I want you to type this. You're not gonna have enough room in those little boxes of that paper to write
Right.
everything in. Okay, so it's giving you everything you need, but then you're gonna give me a career 1 and a career 2, okay?
And then we attach and all that stuff, the meat, the detail.
Okay, so this is gonna take some research. It can be by talking with people, it can be looking on Google. Like if you're looking for classes, for certificates for what it might take in automotive, like look at the ARC catalog, right? Is that the college you would go to?
That's what I'm thinking of, yeah.
Okay, so you can check that out, okay? Alright, anybody have questions? Good?
I have a question.
Go ahead.
So for the people that are gonna be in DMV all day, will things like break,
Yes, you
lunch,
still have
stuff,
break.
right? Okay.
Yes, yes, so I was gonna go on with that now. So basically, it looks like that's kind of the day, right?
Yeah,
Except for
kind
our
of
breaks
day.
and lunch?
Yeah.
Okay, so what do you think? What time would you like your 10 at, Yvonne?
It doesn't matter to me, just whenever you wanna put it there.
10 o'clock?
That's good.
10 o'clock for a 10-minute?
Sure.
That's taking a full hour.
That sounds good.
10 o'clock, right. You all know that means 10 minutes, right?
Yeah.
That way I'm not gonna write 10, da, since you're just doing the same
Right.
stuff.
Yeah.
Okay, and then lunch, we do what, 11:15 or 11:30?
11:30.
Yeah.
11:30, alright?
Let me share. Miss Yvonne wants to get as much information as possible, which is good.
Okay, and then 12:30 will be class dismissed. So you know this is a half hour and you know this is 10, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Wow, that schedule is very to the point.
Yeah, it is.
It
It's a
is.
lot more organized than what we usually do.
Well, cause I usually write, okay, 10 o'clock break, 10:10, come back and
Yeah.
do this, right? And then 12 o'clock, I usually write something different, go ahead, Nikki.
Yeah, honestly, I mean, you should know by now how long what is.
That's
and
what I
how to
think
get clocked. And
sometimes,
it's like,
right?
Why is Miss Sherry trying to put in all of this when we should know already, cause we're adults and we've been doing this since.
We're what, 4 weeks away?
Yeah.
It's been like what, 3 to 2 months, I think?
Oh, it's been almost 9 months.
No, I mean like since we've been doing it in person.
Oh, in person,
Probably a couple weeks,
Couple-
or all of
couple
us in
months?
person.
Well,
oh, a
yeah.
couple weeks of all of us in person.
Well, like for like the 5 of us,
Yeah.
who just started. it was
We've
like
been
2 to
doing that for
3
quite a
weeks.
while,
Yeah.
yeah. Okay, so, anyone want to talk about anything over the weekend?
Oh yeah,
Go ahead,
I got something.
go ahead.
So since on Sunday, my mother was working all day, so I couldn't really give her the Happy Mother's Day gift I wanted.
So, I
So,
totally just have to put this over here.
Oh, it's my old lady's birthday today.
Okay, go ahead.
Anyway, since I couldn't really do much for Mother's Day.
Okay, guys, we got group discussion, okay?
Okay. Oh wait, talking the whole group? I thought we should. Yeah, whatever. Anyways, as for this little Mother's Day kind of day, I couldn't really do much, so I just, well, the best thing I could do was just say Happy Mother's Day when she got home.
Was that the best you could do?
Yeah, I couldn't
What
really.
else could he have done at home while his mom was at work on Mother's Day? Go ahead, Ethan.
You could've made her a little special meal and gave it to her when she got home and she was like,
Yeah.
kind
I
of.
mean, what he could have done is just put the gift on the bed, that way, when she gets to bed, she can, oh,
Or on the table, over in the kitchen, or you could like surprise her some stuff.
What about cleaning the house?
Yeah.
Did you
Oh,
do
yeah.
that?
Yeah, I helped out with cleaning the house.
You
since
did?
we Got back.
Good.
Yeah, I helped my grandma too.
Good for you.
A little hard to surprise my mother whenever, because usually when she likes something, it's always different every time.
Go ahead.
yeah, for me, I got my mom a dash cam for her birthday present.
Got her a what?
A dash cam for her birthday
Oh,
present.
awesome.
That's on the 26th. So, that was fun.
So what did you do for Mother's Day?
Went out, help her with the irrigation, so.
Oh, nice. Okay, little family labor project.
Then went to, Hayden's house, so. It was great.
Nathan?
Oh yeah, I was gonna say I did the dishes for my mom, cause if there's one thing, that's probably the most unliked chore ever in our house. Which, I mean, I did have 3 siblings, but they're all married and off, so no one really does them. So mom does it, but yesterday I volunteered to do it for her because it was Mother's Day.
Oh, that's nice.
Give her a
Jordan?
break.
Yesterday for Mother's Day, I helped, well, first of all, I got Aunt Ronnie a t-shirt that said best auntie ever. And then I helped her with the house and the kids, cause like I said, this week we have like 5 kids there.
Well, it's not even the house I wanna be in.
So I'm helping her this week with the kids, mostly not the oldest, but mostly like the baby, cause she's 1 and she's got a bunch of other age kids that are due. And so you gotta make sure the baby's not going upstairs and stuff, so I'm helping with that.
Oh, good, that was nice of you. Devin, you do anything?
Yeah, me and my mom, we got some, on Mother's Day, we got blueberry muffins from our lovely neighbor, Helene.
That's nice. You just spent some time and enjoyed your muffins?
Yeah.
Yeah? Anybody else? Jonathan. Did you do anything with your mom yesterday, Jonathan? No? Was she home? Yeah? Very nice? Did you clean up the house?
I did.
Yeah? Good. Royce?
I would say,
What about your grandmother?
You Royce are working on the social skills.
even if I want to, I can't say because I didn't really do anything that much. That's the thing.
Go ahead, Scott.
Did you do anything with your grandmother?
Just watched her, but then I passed out.
talk about you? Did you do anything? Oh, I know
Did
what
a lot.
you did. You wanna, anything you wanna share?
We, I really didn't get to spend time with mom that much yesterday because I had to work this whole weekend, so on Saturday morning I took her out for breakfast early, my grandma and her.
That's really nice. Anybody else wanna share anything about Mother's Day or their weekend? Go ahead.
Well, I got my grandma a nice card from the store, and I did all the chores that I usually do.
So,
Not much else.
kinda just low key
Yeah.
day. Oh, fun.
Everyone was low key, while mine was like hectic.
Yeah, how many kids equals hectic, yes, that.
Well, there we go for that Mother's Day. I'm gonna actually get her something more physical.
Like what?
I'm gonna get her like a nice little keychain or something for her Mother's Day. As a late Mother's Day gift, sure. But
And maybe, sometimes we don't always have to spend money, we can just do things nice for people.
Yeah, you can even make a card out of paper and just like write nice stuff on it.
Or do that least preferred chore, or,
yeah.
something like that, just to help out. Okay, hi. Alright, anything else we want to talk about this morning? Are we ready to just get to action? Okay, since we have the majority of an all-day of DMV, I'd like you to be able to do it here, right?
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, and then you can work wherever you need to work,
Yeah.
and same, you'll be on the computer, right? And Sam, you'll be on the computer, and Royce, where are you gonna work?
Computer?
Do we have that many computers?
Yeah, we got
three, we can,
three of them over there.
one of us can sit over here, the other one can sit over there, and then one can try as much as spacious as possible in the middle.
Okay, and then, so you'll go in the back room?
I'll go in the break room.
Okay, so everyone has a plan?
Yep.
On your marks, get set, and go. You're, yeah, DMV says here. Okay,
What are you
DMV, you stay right here.
I didn't have silly much time to purchase them both.
That's fine.
Purchase them, you get them free from the DMV. You can.
I was pretty busy
Yeah,
that
fine.
week anyway, so.
Okay, if you wanna get, I don't know if we have a comment available.
Let's work out.
Sorry.
Hey guys. So we took care of things, okay? Alright. Yvonne, do you need anything from me?
Usually it's over there, but we couldn't find it
Okay,
anywhere.
then I'm just gonna get Nathan.
Okay.
Alright, we go.
We're doing the books.
I got my books. Does anyone else have their books? Jasmine, did you bring your DMV book?
I kinda wanna bring that table in front and move it in front if we can.
I was trying to meditate like we were talking about Friday, stupid things rattling.
Yeah, how'd it go for you?
It was better. I'm just like, oh, it's
Or maybe I'll just.
life
sit here
doesn't
and-
have to do
There we go.
things you
I
don't
found
want
the
to do,
DMV
such
book
as
that's
rattle.
updated to this year.
And it takes practice. The more you practice, the better you'll be at channeling that and being able to.
I forget the
ignore
book is
certain
also
things.
online.
I like, well, I'm sitting over there, so I mean, either way, it's like, it's not necessarily bothering me, but I'm on this side. But I mean, like I just told Michelle, I mean, life, honestly, it's probably not gonna be any better over here, cause I'm still got it.
I mean, like I.
So I was just like, might as well try and practice meditating and deal with it as much as possible. Oh man, I forgot to bring my fat pencil. I like my fat pencils.
What's wrong with the skinny pencils?
It's not, it's just a preferred
This
thing,
is something
honestly.
I like.
I like to feel like there's actually
I'll
someone.
kind of give you a heads up when
distinguished
I think information is important for you to highlight, so you can restudy that later, okay?
Any
I'm
questions?
doing it off my phone.
Huh?
I'm doing it off my phone.
The
My
only
bus
thing
got
I like
home
is
before
like
they
this
said
a
it was
lot,
hectic, so.
right? So I mean,
Yeah.
you
Hey,
put
John,
it,
you
you
go to that.
group this all together, you can put
You got a
work
phone on
hours,
it?
right?
We can check the DMV, there's a DMV
Down on the.
Yeah, because they kinda really grouped it,
Yeah.
right? So I think if you just break it down a little bit further,
Let's
it'll be
see.
easier for you. If you have any questions, you got three of us that can help you, okay?
I need to grab more books one day.
Alright?
I don't know how many I can take in the DMV.
I like the way they deal with writing, because we have to.
I mean, I'm happy about one thing about this doing that, is I got morning cuddles from my baby.
That's wholesome. That is very wholesome. I haven't gotten hugged in. I can't remember the last time I heard
Jordan, I found this at home, and you had one like this, right? So I didn't know if you would like it, if it might be snugger, but I brought it in case you wanted it, okay?
Jay, did you hear that thing? I said, one thing about, good thing about having kids there, is I got morning cuddles from my baby.
Oh, well, that's always a nice warm thing, isn't it?
It's like the first thing you wake up to.
That's the kind of way to wake up. Especially with a baby.
I'm supposed to put this on earlier. Guys, do you wanna know something really funny? My cat will actually act a lot like a bird, even though his eyes are up front anyway. Sometimes
Okay,
if
so-
he's looking at a toy, he like,
Is there no one sitting here? Where's Jonathan?
He's right here.
Oh, you're gonna sit over there?
No, he's just grabbing a pencil.
He's getting a pencil.
Yeah. You should tell him about the, what is it, the book, the directory,
Tell him about what?
the DMV book, about how it's online.
Yeah, okay, so you have a book, you're gonna be on your phone, you have a book. So, do you have your phone, Andrew? Okay, so why don't you grab something to write with?
Absolutely.
And maybe you can find the photo on your phone, but you have to promise me to stay on the side and not mess around with your phone.
She wants me to do the segment about my career.
if anything I do, I can put it on,
She gives you an. Yeah.
specific.
Yeah, it's in back there.
It's
Okay,
written
now-
down.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's
So
like.
you're gonna write
I'm
all
all over
down?
that. This is just,
If you're not gonna write it down, I'm gonna give you a,
Ow.
so let me ask
Oh,
Sherry.
yeah, do we have any
I
highlights?
do have something to write with someone.
You know, so we can highlight things down.
I have a highlighter you can borrow, yeah.
Okay, cool. 'Cause I wanna
Okay,
highlight
is that
things
has
down.
room in, oh, that's new, okay, alright.
Very-
Anyone else wanna borrow a highlighter? I have two more. You
I
need one.
can.
You have 3 more?
You have the phone.
Oh, yeah, Devin, you got one?
I can have one.
Okay. Who's screaming? Oh yeah, they get like. So what if they get loud? You can call them out. I mean, it makes sense. Why don't we call them out and tell them, hey, you're loud instead? It's only fair we get Google classes.
fridge last night, you know? Oh my, I had it in the fridge and yet now it doesn't taste good.
Did you refill it?
Yeah, I did.
Is it
The
filtered?
weekend?
That one, so.
Yeah, it still
Besides
tastes
being
horrible?
busy?
Should put a,
I've been helping my aunt with the children.
I was listening to you.
Ugh.
I mean, I care about all the other kids, I just care more about the one-year-old.
Well, the 1-year-old needs more assistance.
Yeah, Michelle, it was funny, yesterday I took the 1-year-old,
Uh-huh,
10-year-old and 5-year-old for a walk around the block.
uh-huh.
And we forgot the 1-year-old's shoes, so I had to hold her. And the 1-year-old was getting really fussy and she was ready for her second nap. And my cousin Daisy's like, no, my Nana's gonna be mad if she doesn't see Casey. And I'm like, she's getting tired.
Did she,
She, what we did is we let her be up a little bit and
Okay,
then we
so
put her
who
down.
asked for Highlighter?
It was me. I don't own one.
Okay, so I'm gonna sit yonder.
I was wondering if we could sit, maybe a little bit closer?
Yeah, I'm gonna sit over there.
That's not what I had in mind.
Yeah, what did you have in mind?
Well, we always social distance.
Well, I know that, but we're actually running pretty far away as is. What I was referring to was like maybe,
Uh-oh.
is it the internet or is it your
No,
phone?
it's just my phone.
Oh,
Maybe because you're here, I guess. Is it harder to get the
Connection.
from Kaiser?
Yeah.
I don't even use that Wi-Fi.
It's like,
I use
it's
my
kinda
phone.
like the hotel Wi-Fi, it's like, oh, so now what?
Terrible timing.
Yeah, I know, right?
Okay, you guys. So you have your book.
Yes.
Jonathan's gonna follow along. You have your book. You have your book up on the phone?
Yeah.
Okay, and then we're waiting for Andrew to get it loaded?
Yeah. Otherwise he'll be.
Mine already loaded finally.
Okay, good.
Okay.
I hope the pages do.
Yeah, I know, right?
Yeah. And the reason why I wanted you to follow along on your phone, if you didn't have the book, because we could do this. So, like in particular, I know what's coming is the, child seat laws, the poundage and how old and the weight they have to be to sit in the back, right? Well, those are numbers and I want you to be able to make note of that for when you, cause I know for a fact that's gonna come up on the test, right? That's one of the questions that I know they're gonna ask, so that's good.
What page are we starting on?
Huh?
What page are we starting on?
Okay, so let's see. We're gonna start on page, it's the new laws, the new 2020 laws. We're gonna go over that, and then there's the, in particular, I want to go over your rights during an enforcement stop, just in case. I'm not sure if this is gonna be on the exam.
Oh, we just.
Mine's the 2021.
Oh,
Okay, I mean, it should be basically the same.
I mean, unless there's any kind of new laws that they may have made, I'm not sure.
Okay, is there a page V1?
There's a page 1.
There's a page 1, I wonder if that, does it say new 2020 laws on it?
No, it just says general
Roman
information.
numeral.
The Roman numeral ones say something about new laws.
Mine says new 2020 laws effective June 1st, 2020.
Let's see, page VI, which is 6, Roman numeral 6, says new 2020 laws.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna, well, but you have the same book I do, I'm just
I
wondering
know.
if they have access to that.
Does,
So, yours should, you should be able to scroll back where you can see V1.
They do.
Okay,
I am new Roman
Okay,
numeral
good.
6.
do you have it, Andrew? It'll be before the chapter starts, so actually it should be, you probably got 3 pages in.
Okay.
So from, you mean from the cover?
Yeah. You should say V one on the bottom. Which is six, unless it says six, which
I mean,
think it would be
it's Roman numerals is for 6, which is V1.
Right.
V9.
Right.
So that's what should be a page.
Yeah, so I know it didn't say six.
Oh, I know, that's why I said Roman numerals 6.
Do you know all the Roman numerals? That's cool.
I know.
I used to.
I just know it off the top of my head.
I-
Like say I
am
am.
not used to those at all.
So like I know
Alright.
VII
You want me to find it for you, Andrew?
VII is 8, IX is 9.
Do you want me to find it? Where I'm at?
Did it cover like something like that?
No. Oh, okay, well, it should be about the same, but.
Are there
Like,
any
like
new
on
laws that
like-
we have to go over?
Hold on a second. Oh, so he's got, but she has it though.
Really?
Uh-huh.
I just typed in.
Here,
Oh, here
George,
it
send
is,
me the,
Andrew. I
send me
have
the
it.
link.
I just typed in DMV, but
Send me the link real quick.
Did you find it, Yvonne?
Here, George, send me the link.
Yeah, but go ahead and send him the link if you can do that, that way on the sim, because they got the updated 2021 version. And it didn't have this on it, because this is probably incorporated now in the book, because this is, you know what I'm saying?
Go ahead and send it to me on Messenger if you would like.
Because if there are new laws and they have a new one printed out, then this can be in whatever section these are meant to be in.
Yeah, this one's also gonna be pretty outdated pretty soon. Do you have 2020 or 2020?
2020.
Oh, same one I have.
Yeah.
I'll have to go by the DMV one these days so that way I can see.
Yeah, I don't think they have the 2021 version out yet of the printed.
Yeah, I don't think so. I think it's just online right now because that's the easiest way to get it.
this is,
Easy
so Andrew, all I really did was just type in DMV book and then,
You can type in 2021. I mean, I'm sorry, 2020.
and then there's a link on the bottom, and not the ad, but the one under the bottom that says 2021 book, and then click on that.
But we're not using the 2021 version, Jordan.
I know.
But you have the same one I do, right? The 2020?
Yeah.
Okay.
Will we be using the 2021 one or 2020?
Well, we're gonna be using the 2020 because that's all I have access to right now. Because I asked if they had the new one updated, and they said they didn't by the time I got this. This was, last year, I don't remember when I got it, it's been a while.
When did you get yours?
A few months back.
I got mine from when I went to the DMV to get my first test done.
So recent, right, and that's in 2020?
Yep. This is the one I got from the DMV one, right? I went
Yeah.
down to
And see, they
Oh,
don't
I
have the
see.
new version out yet, however, I guess they do have the 2021 online though.
That makes sense though, because because people nowadays are usually going online just to find these kind of things.
Yeah, so I don't know if it's changed that much to be concerned.
I mean, it depends if any of the laws are of any difference.
Well, I
to the
think,
ones.
yeah, I think
I mean,
these ones are gonna be implemented in the book, but.
oh, I know that, but I'm wondering if there has been any new laws, especially with the pandemic that's happened.
Did you find it, Andrew? Can you Jordan, can you help him find that? Andrew, let her find the link for you.
Do you think maybe there might have been some new like driving laws ever since the
Maybe,
pandemic happened?
maybe.
And then you have to scroll till you see new 20, that's the ad. It will show you. You're on test, dude. You're on the test.
Oh, it's actually in there.
Well, it popped up test.
This is just give it a bit.
Well, and that's okay, if we can't find it, we gotta start reading.
Well, at least we have the whole day for this.
Well, it's like 12:30, yeah.
I know, still. That's kind of a
But
long
yeah, and I
resume.
can always write things on the board, Andrew, if that's needed, so that's
Yeah.
not a
I
problem.
don't think he can get it, cause he typed it in totally different.
Okay, that's fine, you can just follow along, if you need me to write stuff on the board, I can write it for you, okay? Cause I'll highlight it in my book and I'll take it up and write.
Or you could write down Andrew's book.
No, I'm not gonna write it for him,
Ah.
no, you can do that. Okay,
So should we start off on the new 2020 laws or should we start off on the general information ones?
the next page?
I was talking about, this one.
No, I'm gonna read the,
Yeah, that one.
I'll get to that, but I'm gonna read the, 2020 law, the new laws.
Okay.
At least the driving rights, you know, your rights in case you get stopped, okay? Okay, so new laws, 2020 laws. Okay, Andrew, that's okay, just go ahead and set that down. Because I don't wanna spend more time if you can't get it, I'm hoping that's fine. Okay, so these laws effective January 1st, 2020. Okay, this is the SB 485. This law repeals provisions and authorize or require courts to suspend, revoke, or restrict a driver or order the Department of Motor Vehicles, DMV, to delay licensures for a person convicted of prostitution or vandalism of a minor convicted of unlawful possession or use of a firearm or offensive related to a possession, purchase, sale, or transport of controlled substances involving the use of a vehicle. The law also prohibits courts from ordering DMV to delay licensures, suspend, revoke, or restrict a person based on a conviction of minor possession, use of controlled substances, or alcohol for a specific violation. Okay, I wanna skip down to this know your rights, which is why I wanna read this page. Know your rights during an enforcement stop. This in case you guys get pulled over. Okay, this is your rights of what you can and cannot do, or shouldn't do, right?
Okay.
Okay, so an officer asks your permission to do something, you have the right to say no. However, if you say no and the officer says they're going to do it anyway, you do not have a right to interfere with their actions. For example, an officer may request to search part or all of your vehicle. You have a right to decline that request, but the officer may have the legal authority to search your vehicle anyway under certain circumstances. If you do not want the officer to search your vehicle, you should clearly say that you do not give your permission, but you do not have the right to resist or obstruct the officer if they search your vehicle anyway. The driver of a stopped vehicle must produce a driver's license, proof of insurance, and vehicle registration when stopped by law enforcement. If a driver does not produce these documents, officers may conduct a limited search for them. An officer may also request the names or identification of passengers. Passengers can decline that request, but under some circumstances, the passengers may be required to identify themselves anyway. If passengers do not want to produce their identification, they should clearly say so. Passengers should not interfere with the officer's duties in conducting the traffic stop, and if an officer demands identification, passengers should not interfere with the officer's actions. During a traffic stop, an officer can legally require the driver and all passengers to exit or stay inside the vehicle. If you are told to exit the vehicle or stay inside, you must do so. In California, only federal law enforcement officers can ask you about your immigration status. California law prohibits state and local officers from asking drivers or passengers about their immigration status. If a California law enforcement officer asks you about your immigration status, you can decline to answer. And just to stop it for a second, you know, when a police officer asks you questions, it's very difficult, even for me. It's hard to not do what they say, right? They ask, can I search your car? You're like, well, I don't know why you would like to, but okay, you know. But yeah, so always remember that you do have that right to say, I don't give my permission for you to do that, right? And they're saying if they do it anyway, you have to stand back and let them do whatever they're gonna do. You can't, you know, you can't block them trying to get in your car. Don't do that. You know, you don't wanna get in trouble, right? You don't wanna, physically get in the way, or say no and, you know, don't do that, just step aside. But do say that, you know, I'm not giving you permission to do this, right? And definitely you never ever wanna give an officer attitude at all, ever, right? Be respectful always, right? Even if they're not in a good mood, you always wanna be respectful. You just don't wanna cause any problems, right? Okay, did I read this already? In California only
Yeah.
federal? Okay. In general, the First Amendment protects the right of drivers and passengers to record interactions with police in public spaces. If you are recording, you should immediately make that clear. You do not have a right to interfere with an officer's lawful duties during an enforcement stop, and you should not reach into concealed areas to retrieve your recording device without the officer's permission. If your recording is not interfering with the officer's ability to lawfully do their job, an officer cannot confiscate your recording device, delete the recording, or destroy the evidence just because you are using it to record. In general, you also have the right to deny a request to unlock a cellular phone or provide a password to it. Though under some circumstances, such as if you are on parole, you may have to give permission in response to such requests. Finally, no government employee can retaliate against you just because you recorded something in public. Yeah, you have to be careful with recording. You have to let them know immediately, because if you wanna use it later, like in court, you can't use it as evidence in the state of California because, they have to know about the recording, right? Even if it's bad or whatever, you cannot use that as evidence because they don't know about it. So if you say, you know, this phone call or this action might be recorded, may or not be, at least you're giving them a heads up that, ooh, we are recording, right? But you always have to state that first. You can't record something and later say, oh yeah, by the way, I got everything on the record. You can't do that. You have to be upfront about it, and that's what they were saying, right? Because in California, it's insubmissible in court. It means you cannot use it in court. It doesn't matter what happens, you cannot use it as evidence if you're not upfront about that, right? So I just wanna clarify it, cause that's very important. Okay, so even if you believe your rights are violated, you should not engage in physical resistance or violence against the officer, and that's what I was just saying earlier. If an officer does something that you believe violates your rights, you can voice your objection, but you should not physically resist. Everyone has the right to be safe during a traffic stop. Your safety and officer safety should be jeopardized if the situation escalates with physical resistance or violence. That's what I'm saying, never. And to add to that, like I had just said earlier, I just wanna make sure this is stressed. Don't even give a police officer attitude, even if he's being, you know, not being professional, if he's being kind of mean, just, you know, say, well, I don't agree with that or whatever, but don't escalate a situation, right? And that's a kind of a rule like with in any situation. If there's someone agitated, like if we were talking, I don't know, you were out in the street, and if you come at me, you're agitated, you're mad at something, right? If I come at you with that same attitude, you know what's gonna happen? It's gonna escalate the situation, right? With anybody that's upset. It's best to stay calm, and sometimes it's hard because sometimes you're upset too, right? But it's best to stay calm, to keep that escalating other person like this. Because if you're gonna go up like here, but it's just gonna rise to the both of us.
You never know with some cops, especially with that cop that did what he did to the one, I guess he was resisting, but I'm talking about George Floyd, when how he was resisting, but that cop decided to step on him. You never know what a cop could do.
That's true, and you never know what anyone else can do too, right? So in those kind of situations, try and stay calm. And it's like I said, sometimes you're not calm either, right? But it's best not to escalate a situation if they're angry at you, right? But especially a policeman, because they got guns, right? They can go to the floor, they can get physical with you, and you know, they're trained to do that. So, you know, the both of us, we're not trained to be in that situation, but they are, so you have to be very, very careful with that, right? So you never want to escalate a situation unnecessarily like that, because you have to be real careful and watch out for your safety. So, okay, all members of the public have a right to file a complaint against any peace officer or law enforcement agency, and it is against the law for any government employee to retaliate against you for doing so. You can file a complaint with any agency that employs the officer, whether a sheriff's office, police department, or any other law enforcement agency. You have a right to be free from discrimination based on your actual or perceived race, sex, color, ethnicity, national origin, age, religion, or gender identity or expression, sexual orientation, mental or physical disability, medical condition, or citizenship status. You also have the right, you also have other rights guaranteed by the United States and California constitutions, as well as California and federal laws. When you file a complaint, the agency that employs the officer must investigate the complaint. Links to contact information for California law enforcement agencies can be found at, and it gives a web address. You want that web address? Do you want that web address?
It says HTTPS.
Is there any notes you wanna write down? Cause I can stop for a second and can write down something else. Okay.
.ca.gov/agency.
And then if you need to file a complaint, guys, that's something that you can search on the internet for, okay? I'm sure they'll pop up. Okay, so, let's see. Okay, so DMV information. Some field offices may have extended hours or may be open on Saturdays, and a few offer only driver license or identification card or vehicle registration services. Behind the wheel exams are not offered on Saturday. To find out if your local field office has extended hours or to find a field office location and service operation, visit dmv.ca.gov or call 1-800-777-0133. Go online at dmv.ca.gov/, and these are the things that you can do online. Field office locations, hours, directions, phone numbers, and acceptable forms of payment. Make appointments to visit a field office or take a driving test, exempt for commercial driving tests, but if you have to go elsewhere. Complete the electronic driver's license and ID card application. Change your address with DMV records. Order personalized plates. DL ID, that's driver's license and identification card information, including the real ID. And that's a different kind of ID that, I guess they're gonna change the laws this year, I think, on October for, having to have a real ID for flying, even in the United States, not leaving the country. So, I haven't heard anything more about that, so, the real ID, that you need to have that to fly in the United States. Unless you have a passport, you can use that instead of the ID. But, okay, so,
That's
vehicle.
definitely not your students.
No. Vehicle vessel registration information, downloadable forms, publication, handbooks, brochures, and sample tests, senior driver information, teen driver information, links to other state and federal agencies. Mouse DMV chatbot, Miles, DMV related questions. That means when you're on the DMV site, on the right-hand bottom of your screen, on the right-hand side, they'll have a little box that pops up, and it's a robot you can ask questions. I'm not sure how helpful that is. I tried to ask it for I tried to ask it for something. It's like, I'm sorry, I'm new. Yes, I don't know the answer to that question. Okay. But anyway.
They really need to update that thing.
Yeah. You can renew your driver's license or vehicle registration, order replacement vehicle registration card or sticker, self-service kiosk, DMV Now kiosk, locations and acceptable forms of payment. Call 1-800-777-0133 during normal business hours to obtain or request a driver's license and vehicle registration information, forms and publications. Find office locations and hours. Make a driving test appointment. Speak to a DMV representative or request a call back. Okay, so call, and then the same number for automated service, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. So you can call anytime because this is recording. Renew your vehicle registration with a renewal identification number. provided on your billing invoice. You can pay with a credit card or e-check. Make a field office appointment. Make sure you have your driver's license or ID card number, vehicle license plate number, and or your vehicle identification number. And then if you're deaf, it has some information there too. So persons who are deaf, hard of hearing, or persons with speech impairments can call toll-free 1-800-368-4327 for assistance with DMV services. Only typed messages from other TTY are received and responded to at this number. And then it gives you a number to write. But I was gonna also say, and they're not gonna tell you on here, if you have AAA insurance, you can do a lot of your DMV stuff there. You can go pay for your registration renewal. I do that at the AAA all the time. It's quicker than, well, sometimes it's quicker. The last time I went, there was a ton of people online. It took like an hour of waiting. But they do, you can pay your registration there and get your little tags for your, you guys see on the license plates out there that they have that little sticker, that June or
Can
whatever.
I say something about that?
Uh-huh.
I've actually seen people actually peel those off. And literally, and yeah, it'll look like your car will be expired, but you know it isn't. It's like.
You've seen people do that, Andrew?
Well, not really, seeing them do that, but I've heard about it, where they'll actually peel it off. Sometimes some people will actually get them cut in like an X, that way if they try to peel it off, it won't come off all the way.
What happened with my dad, this was years and years ago, someone stole his sticker, and why they do this, cause they're gonna go put it on their car, that way they don't get stopped, because it looks like their registration is valid, right? That's why they've taken off. They did that to my dad's car one time, and he called the DMV and he had to buy another sticker. So when he put that new sticker on the car, he got a razor blade and just sliced it all up, and literally in pieces, so there'd be no way to, it's still readable, right? But to peel it off, it'd be literally in pieces. So,
Yeah,
that's
God.
what, well, he didn't want it stolen again, so that's what he thought would happen, he never had that happen.
Yeah, also my mom's, license, her back license plate one time when she was parked in a gravel parking lot. Her back license plate got stolen,
Oh, yeah.
but not her front, it's like, seriously?
Yeah, well, the back one has the, registration thing, that's
I
why
know.
they just go to front one.
I don't know.
Okay, so let's see.
I mean, we had to put, anti-theft, screws on there, so. That seemed to help.
Okay, so let's go on to basic information. And at any time, if you want to write information down that you think is gonna be, important for the exam, and if any of you think that, hey, that might be important information, right? Let's stop, and you can highlight it in your book, and you can write it down.
Can we
Okay.
please close the door?
Absolutely. Yeah, it's a little distracting. Huh?
There's the,
Oh.
this part of it. You can hold the cards, you know,
That's why I was bugging you.
Oh, huh.
and also,
Oh, that's cute. I've never seen one like it. Oh, and it kind of stands up too. Oh, that's kind of cool. I don't know if I can keep my cards in here. Okay. That's a lot of reading. Okay.
That wasn't even
There we go,
that.
basic.
I know, I haven't even really gotten into it. I know.
Yeah,
my
no.
throat's already going scratchy.
This is only
I know.
just the Roman report. It's not
Yeah.
a real
I
deal.
know, I got 2 days of this. Okay, I won't be able to speak on Wednesday. but-
Oh, whatever.
And then you
I
guys
mean,
are like, yeah.
you could have Paul do it for us instead. He's been reading it for quite a while.
Been reading what?
The DMV code, right?
Not really, I just looked up some sites that, some websites that have, online quizzes and things like
Yeah.
that.
Yeah, no, we need to go off the book though, because this is, but we haven't hit yet, so.
Yeah, there's definitely,
Even
this is a
the-
good thing to have. If you have an
Yeah.
outliner, that's great.
The DMV itself, actually, I recommend we use the book too.
Yes,
Yeah, absolutely, because there's gonna be a lot of questions.
she's giving you some great suggestions, Clyde. Mom's right on top of it.
Then
I
look
can
at
see
it,
that.
but it's a booklet.
Yeah, the whole thing is on the, no, but we tried that and you can't download that.
Well, that's because I was using Chrome on the phone.
I'm using the Kaiser Wi-Fi on my phone and it's working perfectly fine.
Yep. I think the problem was I was Googling it first, but I didn't go through the big website. That's the problem.
Oh,
Yeah, give it a go.
real quick. I'm just gonna go ahead and read this quick, basic information. Okay, so a California driver's license shows that you have been given permission by the state to drive on public roads. You may apply for a driver's license at most DMV field offices, referred to page, V111. What is that, 8,
Huh?
Would that be 8V11,
Where are you?
I'm reading page 2.
Oh.
That's page 14.
I thought you were starting on page 1.
No, I skipped that information, so it wasn't either here nor there for you guys, so.
Okay, yeah, that's 8, that's VII, that's 8.
Okay. So after you complete your application for a driver's license, pay the application fee, pass all the applicable tests, knowledge tests, show that your physical and or mental condition is satisfactory, and demonstrate your ability to drive safely, a license may be issued and mailed to you. If you have a medical condition or a disability, DMV may require you to take a driving test. You may also have to provide a statement from your physician regarding your current health condition. It is a misdemeanor to drive in California with an expired driver's license. If you do, you may be cited, your vehicle may be impounded, and you may have to appear in court. So you guys never wanna do that. Don't ever let your driver's license, become expired. It's very easy to renew it once you have your license because you can do it online. They will send you a renewal form like 2 months before your birthday, cause it's always gonna expire on your birthday. And they'll send it to you in the mail and you can go online and renew it online. So it's really easy to do, so once you get your license, don't let it go expired. Okay. The California driver's license, who must have a driver's license? California residents who drive on public highways or use parking facilities that are open to the public must have a California driver's license unless they are an officer or employee of the United States government operating a vehicle owned or controlled by the U.S. government on a federal business, except when operating a commercial motor vehicle. Driving or operating implements of husbandry not operated or moved over a highway. Driving or operating an off-highway vehicle to cross a highway. California resident and military personnel. Okay, I don't think the military questions are gonna be on the exam, so let's go to new California resident.
No, you never know. Anything can be on that test.
Yeah, but that's pretty specific. I mean, I can read it.
I mean,
Okay,
some people
California
might get
resident,
used to it.
military personnel, U.S. Armed Forces. If you are out of state on active military duty and have a valid California driver's license, you and your spouse's California driver's license will be valid for the full time you are absent from California and for 30 days following your discharge date. If you are honorably discharged outside of California, carry both your driver's license and discharge or separation documents during those 30 days. Call 1-800-777-0133 to obtain an extension of license for persons in armed forces card which extends your California driver's license. Note, your driver's license is not valid if it is suspended, canceled, or revoked. Non-resident military personnel stationed in California. If you are 18 years or older, refer to the California Residents and Adults Visiting California sections in this handbook for additional information. Licensees eligible for military extension should carry documentation from their home state to verify their status of law enforcement. New California residents. When you become a California resident and you want to drive in California, you must apply for a California driver's license within 10 days. Residency is established in a variety of ways, including the following: being registered to vote in California elections, paying resident tuition at a California college or university, filing for a homeowner's property tax exemption, receiving any other privilege or benefit not ordinarily extended to non-residents. Adults visit California. Visitors over 18 years old with a valid driver's license from their home state or country may drive in California without getting a California driver's license as long as their home state or country driver's license is valid. Were you able to do it? No? Okay.
That's why I was wondering, Jordan just send me the link on Messenger.
I don't have it, I can't do
She
that.
doesn't know how to do that anymore.
I can't do that either, because if I do that, it's gonna take mine away.
It won't take yours away if you just share it. You can share the link.
I know how to do it, Jordan, if you like, I'll do it.
Here, let me, do you mind if I try and send it to him? I think I can share
Go
it.
ahead. Let's take a break.
Okay, Jordan, which website do you want? Can you tell me the name of the URL?
It is www.dmv.
Actually, I can just get up and see it.
Actually, no, I got it right there. Copy, why don't you what? Copy. I got it.
Now I have to take a look at it.
So you guys gonna do a Zoom on Thursday? Is it set up for this Thursday?
So that's what I'm hoping for, I'm trying to get the last bits prepared now, so that we can have it ready. That's the
Is it this
goal.
one? Cool. Is it,
Hi, Sue. How's it going?
It's
Oh,
And then pull
I was looking at
right
this.
here, and then like you close your leg,
Yeah.
knee your knee.
I think that's the one. Is it?
It has a information around
Were you bending down with
What's the title
Yeah.
look like?
Oh,
Or
yeah.
the cover?
All weekend long.
Oh.
Can't get it to slip on longer, but I don't.
Did you tell your boss you got hurt?
Let me see the, oh, that's the English 2020.
No, but you always, every time you get hurt at work, whatever
Oh.
it is.
Try to do it
This is
with
the
my
one I
brother,
get,
said
like,
there's such thing can do.
This one says
Yeah, I'm
You
sure
2020.
you
do
let
it.
them know that you got hurt at work.
I said and they said there's nothing we can do. Cause we're doing a lot of sub-managers.
I do this, the spectrum, and what you go, kind of like that over. There we go. Here we go.
You got it, Andrew?
Yeah. Oh, excellent, okay. Okay, so now I'm on page 3. I'm reading it from page 3.
Okay, yes, that's the one we want.
Yeah.
Okay.
Good.
Good.
That's it.
So let me, that's it, okay.
Yeah?
I just, number.
Page 3.
This is number 3.
Yeah. Should be too far down.
There we go.
You got it? Okay, so I'm reading the safety for the aging driver. Okay. DMV has a handbook specifically for senior drivers. Visit dmv.ca.gov to view or download the senior driver guide for safe driving. Call 1-800-777-0133 to request a copy to be mailed. Go to the local DMV field office or contact the senior driver ombudsman program in your area. And then it has all the phone numbers to call in your area. Okay.
This is good information, that obtain a driver's license.
Yeah. So obtaining a driver's license. When you apply for an original California driver's license, you must present acceptable documents establishing your identity, birthday, residency, and provide your social security number if eligible. When a document is required, with the exception of proof of residency, adhere to the following requirements. Provide a certified copy or an unexpired original document. Provide a document containing an impressed seal or original stamped impression if acceptable. Do not provide a photocopy. A photocopy is acceptable for residency documents. Do not present self-laminated cards or documents. However, DMV may accept laminated or metal social security cards. Metal?
Metal.
Who has a metal social security card?
Yeah, I know.
Because,
Metal cards exist.
because I want one.
Metal cards exist?
I guess, that's what it says, right? Metal social security card.
Wait, where does it say that?
Page
Where
four.
I was reading on page 4, because
page
I
4.
want a metal one.
A metal one?
Doesn't that sound cool?
That does sound really cool.
I'm looking for that word, and I'll see.
Look at do
Oh,
that,
I
'cause
see it,
that's,
I see it, I see it.
Metal social security card.
that's a new one.
It is, I'm gonna have to Google that later, so.
I wonder what it looks
It's what I
like.
want one, I know, right? I know. Okay.
I'm gonna highlight that one for sure.
Hey, you know what, I'm gonna highlight it myself, because I want another one. And that's good because I laminated actually my social security card, I never was supposed to, but I guess it's acceptable. Okay, so, if you present a limited term identity document, your driver's license or identification card may expire on the same date as your identity document. If the name on your document is different from the name on your driver's license and ID card application, you must also bring an acceptable, true full name document. Your fingerprint, signature, and photograph will also be taken. Refer to the application requirements for basic class C driver's license, section on page 6. For any other driver's license or identification card transaction, you must present photo identification. Oh yeah, so a regular driver's license is always, it's gonna be a class C. Because I think, like truckers or whatever, I think it's a class A, there's different types, motorcycles, I think get a different one,
I think that's B, I believe.
maybe. But, ours would be a class C, because that's just a regular driver's
No?
license. Okay, examples of acceptable identity documents include US birth certificate, US passport, US Armed Forces ID card, certificate of nationalization, permanent resident card, or a foreign passport with a valid I-94. The I-94 expiration date must be more than 2 months from the date you visited the field. Examples of a true full name verification documents include adoption documents containing your legal name as a result of the adoption, name change documents containing your legal name both before and after marriage certificate, certificate or registration document verifying the form of a domestic partnership, or a dissolution of marriage / domestic partnership document containing your legal name as a result of the court order. Examples of acceptable residency documents include home utility bill, including cell phone, insurance documents, California title or registration for a vehicle or vessel, or record of a financial institution. A parent, legal guardian, or child must use a birth certificate, and a spouse or domestic partner may use a marriage certificate or domestic partner registration certificate to connect the relationship to the individual to whom the acceptable residency documents were addressed. A complete list of acceptable documents is available at dmv.ca.gov.
When I was 18, me and my dad tried getting my California ID, and the birth certificate we took in the first one, my original one, they were like, oh no, we can't accept this because it says Joe on here, and that's not his name, because that's my real dad's name. And they were like, we need the birth certificate with his name on it. And I was like, wait, they changed the father in the birth certificate?
I guess he maybe has a different name now.
No. So I was confused because I'm like, wait, when you get adopted, they change your father and mother's name on your birth certificate?
I don't know.
I guess so.
They can.
They
So,
can.
the parents could petition to have the names changed
Oh.
on the birth certificate. So, for instance, when my dad adopted me, he changed the name on the birth certificate.
Oh,
So there's
okay.
an original, but that's no longer valid.
Right, okay. Okay, so. Okay, okay, okay.
Sam says you're asking a lot of questions, and it's distracting you from the work.
Act impacts Californians. Beginning October 1st, 2020, the federal government will require your driver's license or identification card to be real ID. That's what I was telling you about a little bit ago. Compliant if you wish to use it as an ID to board an airplane for domestic flights or intermilitary bases and most federal facilities. Yeah, this is what I was saying, it is in October of this year, that you're gonna have that real ID driver's license to be able to fly, even if I wanna fly to
I got
Nevada.
mine
They just came out with this like last year. So if you guys got your ID a couple of years ago, that's not a real ID. There's a difference now, yeah. That came out of last year. I don't even have one.
So I have to get a real ID
Well,
card.
you have to go to the DMV and request a real one, because for some, I don't know if it looks different or not, but I know that, you know, I mean, you just use your passport. If you wanna use your passport, you can use that for domestic flying. Like if you wanna fly back east somewhere, or you wanna fly to Nevada or wherever, anywhere here. Or even within California, it's still getting on an airplane, right? So you're gonna
Right.
have to have that real ID or your passport. I don't know how many of you have a passport.
That's a good question.
Yeah.
I don't even know if I have one or not.
You do, because you've gone out of the country, right?
True.
Yeah, then you have your passport.
You probably don't have it physically
What
on you
page are
then.
you guys on?
Correct.
Cause I'm not seeing.
Number
Five.
five.
Well, I'm just kinda
My mom,
talking extra.
Well, we don't do it.
That was that first part, the real ID.
Because, it shows real ID acting, but it doesn't show what you're talking about.
Well, yeah, no, I was just saying that was just in effect last year.
Okay.
Yeah, this is fairly new,
I
so.
don't believe this was last year.
I know, oops.
Excuse me.
Okay, do I need a real ID? Did I do that? No. Okay, the real ID compliant, driver's license identification card is optional. Are you getting tired, Jonathan? Yeah.
It's almost break time, don't worry.
So what time is break time? Like
10.
10?
I've got 20 minutes.
Okay, just about 20 minutes, Jonathan, and you can take a break. Okay. If you have a valid US passport, passport card, military ID, or other federally approved ID, you may use this as your form of ID to pass a TSA checkpoint at airports nationwide and visit a secure federal building or military installation at any time. If you know you will not be boarding a domestic flight or visiting a secure federal facility or military base, you do not need a real ID compliant driver's license ID card. You do not need a real ID compliant driver's license ID card to do any of the following: drive, vote, apply for or receive federal benefits, Veterans Affairs, Social Security Administration, etc. Enter a federal facility that does not require ID, like a post office. Visit a hospital or receive life-saving services. How do I prepare to apply for a real ID card? To apply for a real ID card, you must do the following: provide proof of identity, provide 2 California residency documents, present proof of your social security number, if eligible. Note, you can request a replacement social security card online at, oh, this is useful.
I'm keeping this too. I
Yeah.
actually need this because
Elon.
Huh?
Don't you also need, like, isn't an Amtrak, station like a federal place or what?
That's a good question.
I can look that up.
I'm gonna need this because I lost my social security number a long time ago.
Oh, no.
I can't remember where it is.
Oh, boy.
I tried looking for it for a couple months.
Do you know the number?
Yeah, I know the number, but I just don't have the card physically.
Well, yeah, that's a good thing you highlighted that, huh?
Yeah, good thing I did,
Because you
because
need that.
I'm gonna need that.
Yeah.
You can also book them, if you had a bookmark.
Huh?
No, he can highlight it.
I don't
Okay.
have time for bookmarks. I don't even have a bookmark anymore.
You can always pull the page.
I know, but still. It's
How
easy
easy?
with the highlighter.
Okay, so note, refer to the DMV website for a complete list of acceptable real ID compliant documents. Married, divorced, or name change. You may need to provide a name change document. A name change document, such as a marriage certificate, may be required to issue a real ID compliant driver's license ID card. full name. If the name on your identity document is different from the name you provided on your application, you must submit a document that establishes your true full name. For example, adoption document that contains the legal name as a result of adoption, the name change document that contains the legal name both before and after the name change, marriage certificate, certificate, declaration, or registration document verifying the information of a domestic partnership, dissolution of marriage/domestic partnership document that contains the legal name as a result of the court action, application requirements for a basic Class C driver's license. That's you guys.
C for the car.
That's just one way of looking at it.
That is when I didn't think about it like that, but yeah. C for car. To apply for a Class C driver's license, you must submit and complete a signed driver's license and ID card application. That would be the DL44/EDL44 form. Those are available actually.
I don't even know what it is.
It's an application to get your driver's permit.
Oh, duh.
Did you guys do that by chance?
I did mine online.
You did yours?
I did mine here, but then when I did mine in the classroom on the computer, but then when I went and told them my name and I filled out the form, they were like, we don't see it here.
Uh-oh. Did you get a confirmation number when you filled that out? Cause they'll give you a confirmation number.
I did, and they were still like, we don't see it here. So I like had to do all the information on the computer there for them.
So you had to redo it? Did you do yours, Devin? What they're talking about to register, it's an application that you do to be able to get your driving permit. Did you do it?
I remember doing it on,
You did it already online?
I couldn't really do mine because I didn't have this social security number. I don't really know it that well.
So you're probably gonna need to do that before you go in, because if you
Mhm.
don't do it before you go, you're gonna have to do it there when you go. Okay.
I think we highlighted that Social Security Network website.
Yeah, right? Oh,
Huh?
will you need that to go?
What?
Your social security number?
Like the real thing?
Yeah.
Not really. I just put in my actual Social Security number.
Oh, they don't
Yeah,
ask to show
they-
you, they
No,
don't
they didn't
ask
ask.
to see it.
They didn't ask for it.
Oh, okay.
That's
Okay.
different. They didn't ask us that.
Okay.
What?
Well, I know you need to know it, and that's fine, but if to physically have it which is what I was asking, so.
Oh no. When I did
Okay.
it online, I just put in my
Oh,
number and it was
okay,
fine.
yeah, yeah.
About 15 minutes.
Thankfully, they didn't
Okay.
ask me for my actual thing, or else I would have been screwed.
Well, what's your language? Okay.
They're
So
gonna
this
have
will
one
be-
though.
No, you need it.
That's
to get
like
it.
a yawn.
I'm tired.
You gotta need to get
I didn't
mine
finish
at
my
some point.
tea, so it's supposed to be. Okay. So application requirements for basic classes. So where did I?
Application.
So present an acceptable document establishing your identity and birth date, provide your true full name, present an acceptable residency document, provide your social security number if eligible, which will be electronically verified with the SSA, pay a non-refundable application fee. The fee is good for 12 months. If all requirements are not met within 12 months, the application will no longer be valid and you must reapply.
The thing I was confused about that they didn't do is it says, signing this form means you agree to select to constantly divide the alcohol or drug content of your blood. And it's like, you guys didn't do that when we went there?
What is that, Jordan?
It's on page 6. You skipped it when you went for can be completed
Oh
online.
yeah, this big paragraph says complete signed driver license and ID card application. The 244 complete online advance sign this form means agree to submit a chemical test to determine the alcohol or drug content of your blood and requested by a peace officer. If you refuse to sign the statement, DMV will not issue a permit or a DL.
Oh,
I
Where's
was-
that big chunk at the start?
I wasn't sure where I was he just read that, so.
Yeah, I kinda did.
Okay, so,
Now my voice hurts.
You gotta give me 3 times that. Okay.
My voice never hurts anymore.
Okay, so
I agree,
this allows you 3 attempts to pass each of the required knowledge tests. If you fail the knowledge test 3 times, the application is no longer valid and you must reapply. So you only have 3 chances to take that, the test for the driver's permit, okay? Allows you 3 attempts at the driving test. Important, if you fail the driving test, you may you must pay a retest fee for subsequent tests and schedule the driving test for another day. If you fail the driving test 3 times, the application will no longer be valid and you must reapply.
Ah, jeez.
Pass a vision test. Well, okay, so if you don't pass the test, you're gonna wanna spend a lot more time studying, right? You don't wanna stand there and take the test again, right? Because there's a lot of information that you missed, right, or you didn't remember, so take time to go home, study the book, do the online tests,
I already bookmarked the website here, so.
and so you'll be able to have more time to study and if you leave there and you don't pass, try and jot down the questions of the ones you missed, make a little mental note. Oh my gosh, it was the blood alcohol limit for drinking, it was the parking on a white curb I missed. Try and make mental notes of what you remember that you missed.
Let me see.
So
For
that way
me,
you
there
keep
was
it
one
back
where
in.
it was like, I can remember one of those. It was like, there was this one about like a bridge, and then there was like something about how snow freezes faster or slower on the bridge or something. Yeah, I was stumbled. Again, I got that answer
Yeah.
right somehow.
Oh,
Just by
nice.
guessing. I was like, wait, what is this?
Yeah.
I didn't know.
Oh, good.
So I was like, wait, doesn't snow freeze faster when it's on a bridge because snow tends to like go either faster or slower depending because of like,
Basically, the bridges don't absorb much of the
yeah, that's
heat,
what I
but the,
figured. I used
the-
common sense at that point.
Yeah.
Okay.
Those are
When you-
common
so
sense
it's-
questions actually.
Huh?
At the water freeze
I think about
faster.
it.
You can think that the bridges absorb most of the coldness, but not the heat. That's the, for example, actual, like, if you're to, like, across the bridge, the other side of the bridge will actually absorb the heat and, you know.
Okay.
That's how I would say.
So this is pass a vision test with or without corrective lenses with visual acuity better than 2200 in at least one eye without the use of a bioptic, telescopic lens or similar biopic device to meet the minimum vision acuity standard. Have your photograph taken, give a fingerprint scan, sign your name. Please note, visit dmv.ca.gov for a complete list of application fees.
Yvonne, can I read the adult permit request requirements back?
Can you what?
Can I read it?
Okay.
If you are at least 18 years, meet the application requirements, passing the requested test.
Required.
Required. You must be issued a California and state
Instruction.
instruction permit. You have been issued permit while learning. Your applicant driver may be 18 years or older and have a California driver license. This person must sit close enough to take the vehicle at any time. An action permit
An
does not,
instruction?
instruction permit does not permit you alone, not even to the DMV field office to take the test.
Okay. If you want to obtain professional driver education and training, refer to the driving school and mature driver program section on pages 23 and 24. To get a motorcycle permit, you must complete the application requirements, submit a certificate of completion of the motorcycle training, DL 389, form if under 21 years old, pass a knowledge test. Note, If you have a motorcycle permit, you cannot carry passengers, must ride during daylight hours only, and cannot ride on the freeway.
Correct. Miss Yvonne,
Mhm.
may I read this last part?
Go ahead.
Adults driver license requirements. If you are 18, or if you're at least 18 years old and have never been licensed, you must meet the following criteria. Comply with the requirements for a driving permit. When you are ready, make an appointment to take the behind-the-wheel driving test. When you report for the driving test, bring your instruction permit with you. Pass the behind-the-wheel driving test. If you fail the test, you must pay a retest fee for a second or subsequent test and schedule a behind-the-wheel driving test for another day. If you have an out-of-state DL, you must complete all the steps required for an instruction permit. Bring your valid out-of-state DL to DMV. Your out-of-state DL will be invalidated and returned to you unless you are applying for a commercial DL. Note, the behind-the-wheel driving test for holders of out-of-state or U.S. territory DLs are normally waived. However, DMV may require a behind-the-wheel driving test for any type of DL application. Behind-the-wheel driving tests are mandatory for out-of-country DL holders.
Excellent, really, excellent.
Thank you. I kind of slowed down at first. Went fast a little bit and then I just slowed
Yeah.
myself down.
Ooh, this is good. Okay, so we have 5 minutes, so I'll mark where I left off. The driver's license classes. Class C driver's license. You may drive a 2-axle vehicle with a gross vehicle weight rating of 26,000 pounds or less. Okay, now these are probably gonna be information that you're gonna want to make note of.
I think it's 3-axle vehicle, if I'm not correctly. This is one. I remember seeing it as one of these.
Yeah. Huh. Wait a second, is this, that's not a test?
Huh?
No, that's not a test, isn't that all that? With a Class C driver's license? You can do all that.
Yeah.
Okay, so a 3-axle vehicle weighing 6,000 pounds or less gross, house car 40 feet or less in length, 3-wheel motorcycle with 2 wheels located in the front or back. Where else would they be? If it's not in the front or back, right?
I don't know.
On top, not there.
Yeah, the side. Van pool vehicle designed to carry more than 10 persons, but no more than 15 persons, including the driver. Note, a driver of a van pool may operate with a Class C license, but shall possess evidence of a medical examination required for a Class B license when operating van pool vehicles. In the van pool vehicle, the driver must keep a statement signed under penalty of perjury that they have not been convicted of reckless driving, drunk driving, or a hit and run in the last 5 years. You may tow a single vehicle with a GVWR of 10,000 pounds or less, including a tow dolly if used. With a vehicle weighing 4,000 pounds or more unladen, you may tow a trailer, coach, or fifth wheel travel trailer under 10,000 pounds when towing is not for compensation. Fifth wheel travel trailer exceeding 10,000 pounds, but under 15,000 pounds when towing is not for compensation and with endorsement. A farmer or employee of a farmer may drive any combination of vehicles with a GVWR of 26,000 pounds or less if used exclusively in agricultural operations and not for hire or compensation. Note, Class C licenses may not tow more than 1 vehicle. A passenger vehicle, regardless of weight, may not tow more than 1 vehicle. A motor vehicle under 4,000 pounds unladen weight may not tow any vehicle weighing 6,000 pounds or more gross. Other classes of driver's license and endorsements are non-commercial Class A, non-commercial Class B, non-commercial Class A, B, and C, motorcycle Class M1 and M2, commercial endorsements, doubles/triples, hazardous materials, passenger transportation, Tank, what are you doing, Andrew?
Seeing what's going on with them.
Let's see what, who said non-commercial twice?
Where?
At the top, you said non-commercial, then you said non-commercial again.
No, non-commercial and then commercial.
Oh, okay.
Um,
Making sure I didn't mishear it.
Tank vehicle, ambulance driver certificate, school bus endorsement. You're not on your watch, are you, Andrew? Tow truck driver certificate, verification of transit training certificate, farm labor vehicle certificate, firefighter endorsement. Note, commercially licensed firefighters must submit a medical examination report, and medical examiner certificate form. Non-commercially licensed firefighters may submit a self-carrying health questionnaire. Do they?
Certifying.
Hmm?
Self-certifying.
Self-certifying, oh, what did I say?
Self-care.
Oh, sorry. Okay, where to take the test? You may take the knowledge, vision, and behind the wheel driving test at most DMV field offices that provide driver's license services. To save time, make an appointment at dmv.ca.gov or call 1-800-777-0133 during normal business hours. Note, knowledge and vision tests are required when you apply for original driver's license or upgrade to a different class of driver's license. Okay, so I'm gonna stop.
Okay.
That'll be a good place to stop here. I wish I had a little marker here.
Stay there.
Okay, so. Alright, let's take a break.
Alright.
I'm tired.
You're not the only one.
No.
I'm tired too. I had like a half a cup of coffee, but I was mostly, what I did this morning is I had a cup, before I had my coffee, first I took the baby, made my coffee, then I went and changed her diaper, and then I had some of my coffee after I changed her diaper.
Okay, I'm gonna go see how Sam's doing. We got 10 minutes, we'll start again in 10 minutes.
You guys have a 10-minute break.
Oh, yeah, we do.
Well, my test on my phone.
Hello, hello, how you doing?
Good.
Get enough sleep this weekend? With all them children?
Yeah, I got sleep last night too with the baby in my bed.
Well, that's good.
So this morning, my cousin Daisy. So one thing I've learned is, so my aunt's door was open, and my cousin asked him to scream. So then my cousin Daisy kind of screamed back at him, and it was like, because when I woke up, Casey was sound asleep, passed out.
Yeah.
But Daisy went to like Ashton, and it circulated through my door and woke Casey. And then Daisy takes Casey and goes in and tells my aunt, Jordan woke up Casey, and I'm like, oh, you woke her.
So then you get the blame.
I'm like, you woke the baby. The baby was passed out when I woke up.
That's funny.
I think you were after. Oh, awesome. Thank you. I'm staying with you after, right?
Yep.
Okay. Hey, Nathan. Start. Okay, you ready? Good job.
Woo, everybody stretch.
You going to O'Shea?
Yes.
Where are you going?
Bye.
Ouch.
Just going out.
Bye. That,
Cause there's something rattling back there, something scary, it's like, oh.
Maybe it's just, a reason for you to practice your mindfulness.
that's what I was gonna tell him, and practice the mindfulness too. Michelle, that's what I was doing when I was right here and the ceiling was rattling.
Yeah.
And Sherry was like, that's annoying people, and I'm like, I just said, cause I was meditating, so I'm like, I'm just kinda used to it by now.
Yeah.
Used to it.
I have something in my car that isn't rattling, it's driving me crazy, so I have to practice mindfulness too.
Could it shut this, this is scary right here. I wanna see this.
What?
The terrifying looking baby heads. All the terrifying baby heads.
Oh, the heads are wait, you're scared of babies?
Well, dolls, yes. Actual babies, no. Dolls, mannequins, yes, because they look like humans. It terrifies me.
Why are you talking about?
Okay.
How is it in a class?
Oh, he's fine. He has the class muted.
When you're in a class chat, you're just like, I'm just gonna listen to you.
That's exactly what he's doing.
That's usually how it works, Jordan, unless you need to talk or something.
Yeah, I mean, most of the time you're not really gonna be engaging in conversation unless it's like for a question or something.
Okay, and I was telling class earlier, so you know how when one of the class next door, Sherry tells us, shh, there's a class next door. Yeah, they get loud.
Yeah, but it's still respectful, right?
Yeah.
It's still respectful for us to be
Just
talking
because
about
you
class.
respect, sometimes in life you're gonna respect people, but sometimes those people aren't gonna respect you.
Absolutely. And they probably don't know we have a class over here.
We are of less significance than they are.
Not true.
What I mean is, in terms of the program,
No, you are just as important. What you're learning is just as important. I just don't think they know, because it's not the same class all the time. It's
Yeah, I
different
guess
people
so.
all the time.
Excuse me. Michelle,
Yeah.
last night we had Olive Garden for dinner.
Ooh.
I was gonna make my Olive Garden salad, but I forgot my lunchbox.
Oops.
I was like, oops.
What'd you have?
I had shrimp Alfredo.
Ooh, that sounds fancy. Does that sound fancy, Michelle?
Sounds pretty fancy to me.
fancy.
Fancy.
for being on a break.
Hmm?
So you guys are so quiet for being on a break.
I guess so. Huh. I'm just used to being quiet. I don't know about everyone else though.
I also forgot my cookie.
Huh?
I told my aunt, Michelle, I
Yeah.
told my aunt I'm staying after school. She's like, okay, you forgot your lunch. I'm like, I know, sorry. She's like, don't apologize to me. I'm sorry for you. It's like, that's what happens when you have, when your focus is on a baby before you leave.
Alright.
If you forget things.
Yeah, you can be very busy taking care of babies.
Oh.
Guys, I'm gonna give you 5 more minutes, okay?
Okay.
I mean, unless that's really a bummer.
No.
Not really.
We're good.
There you go.
But Michelle,
Yeah.
if that does give me training on whenever I do become a mother, that does give me training on what to do.
Absolutely, you'll be more ready.
What?
But I don't think I didn't hear them say you say. Like I said,
How you feel, Nathan?
Sherry's giving us 5 more minutes.
Yep.
Back outside we go. Gotta get her rockin' now.
Get out of here, nature boy.
Gotta get her rockin'.
Oh, shoot.
What's my password for Payflex?
Great. No.
What? Okay.
Hang on.
So I was on the right.
Hmm?
You know what I don't like about these?
About what?
These.
Like baby seats?
Yeah, the leg is when you stand up, and when you stand up and it goes against the table, it kind of chokes you.
Yeah, I hate that. That bugs me greatly. I don't want that at all.
Okay. Got that on your site?
Yep.
Found it?
Yep.
It's on page 11, right?
Whoa, just jumped way down.
I'm not sure if that watch.
Is that what you do?
Mine's digging in my ears right now.
Oh, you know, mine
actually.
does that too, though. It's just, cause it's kind of on there snug.
Mine kinda makes this green, like, everything on my skin down in my line.
It's Thursday.
When I'm half.
Oh, really?
Yeah, like it makes this kinda
Oh,
green thing,
oh,
like
yeah.
right here.
Yeah.
Like
Yeah,
around the
that's
wrist area.
Yeah.
I don't know why. I want to wash it off every time.
Yeah. I think because you sweat under there and the nerve.
Probably, yeah.
Okay, so we're on page 11.
With DMV, I have Devin, you work that day, correct? Thursday when we go?
Yes.
Okay, so you will not be able to attend that day, right, at DMV? And Jonathan, you don't have the paperwork in it yet to be able to attend,
No.
right? Andrew, you are here on Thursdays, correct? Okay.
I don't think I'm registered since I didn't have my social security number.
So Paul, Andrew is not registered? Paul,
Yes.
was Andrew not registered, you said?
They're not registered in any name.
Okay, so it's not, so what's it under then?
There are, I believe, 4 registered for, Thursday at 11 and 1 registered for 11:20.
If they're not registered under their names, who are they registered under?
11 o'clock, they're registered under my name, at 11:20, they're registered under your name.
Alright, so it looks like only 3 of you. You okay? Alright, you're good? So would you like to take the bus, or would you like me to take you?
Can you take us, please?
He's like, ooh, that's never happened out here.
We'll take the bus.
You say the bus, you say a ride,
Sooner.
which one? Bus or the ride?
Right.
The ride? Okay. So I can take you two, and
I guess I'll go with the ride too, cause I can't really go by myself.
They should gonna stay together, actually.
Yeah, I don't wanna go by myself.
Yeah.
okay, so we'll do it that way.
Your truck's gonna be packed.
Well, we have 3 of you.
So is that gonna be next Thursday then?
This Thursday.
Oh, this is where they're going.
Okay, so I only have
So that's the 13th.
Okay, good. And everyone will have their ID.
ID, and I'll have my money, cause I just told Aunt Lonnie that it's, she asked today, and I just told her it's the 13th.
Well, you already just paid, correct? You get to take the test 3
Yeah,
times.
you don't have to pay guys.
You don't have to pay again.
Okay.
Okay. So you'll all just need a picture ID, I believe.
That's fine, I have one.
Okay, so you've already all done it once, right?
Mhm.
So you're in the system and you're
Yeah.
just going in for a second test.
That's great.
Okay. And then with you two, if you can't get in again this year, we'll do it in summer school, okay? But just keep studying, okay? Cause you don't wanna miss work over it, right?
So are they doing
Or do
summer
you
school?
want to? Well, Clyde is not doing summer school, but he's gonna come with us this time, Andrew, you are, right?
Is Jonathan
And
starting for summer school?
Jonathan's doing summer school, Jordan won't be here for summer school, but Okay,
Yeah.
alright. Okay then.
Sounds pretty fun.
Okay, so on 11. Okay, you get your side up
Yeah,
there.
it's like,
Okay.
I'm not gonna use my phone.
And so we're-
Yeah. I'll put it.
So, DMV examination. Your driver's license examinations include a vision test, so bring your eyeglasses or contact lenses if required for driving. A knowledge test, DMV utilizes an automated touchscreen terminal, TST, to administer the knowledge test. A behind-the-wheel driving test if required. For the driving test, you must have an appointment and bring your old driver's license or instruction permit if you have one. A licensed driver aged 18 years or older with a valid California driver's license. Proof that the vehicle is properly insured, so you have to have proof of insurance, so that'd be your insurance card you get. Important, if you use a rental vehicle, oh wow, I never thought about that, using a rental vehicle to take a driver's test.
I guess you can.
I guess you can. The driving test applicant must be listed on the rental contract. Oh. Yeah, because when you rent a car, they always wanna know who else is gonna drive that car. And you can't have anyone drive your rental car unless they're on the list to drive it. The contract must not exclude driving tests. A vehicle that is safe to drive and has valid registration, the vehicle's brake lights, horn, parking brake, and turn signals must work properly. The vehicle cannot have ball tires, which would have less than 32-inch thread depth in
Tread.
any tread. Hmm?
It's tread, there's no H in there.
Oh, I said thread.
The-
Depth in any two adjacent grooves. The driver's side window must roll down. Oh wow, I don't know.
It's kinda like you're actually in a police car and you have to check every single thing that, just to make sure it works.
The windshield must allow a full obstructed.
Unobstructed.
Now, okay, so now you made me nervous and now I'm gonna stutter
Sorry.
more, okay. I'm gonna slow my reading down so I don't stumble.
What do you think I slowed down when I was
Yeah.
reading?
Yeah. A full unobstructed field of vision for you and the examiner. There must be at least 2 rear view mirrors. What? One must be on the left outside, oh, well, they're probably talking about the outside mirrors.
The
there.
side
Okay.
view mirrors.
Yeah, the
that's
side
what I
view
call
mirror. Yeah, the side view mirrors.
They told them rear view mirrors.
Oh, that's weird.
them. You know,
I pictured the
the
rear
actual
view mirror
rear,
with the one
rear
in
view
the
mirror's
front.
up here. It's like-
Yeah, that's what I pictured too, okay. You'll be asked to locate the controls for the vehicle's headlights, windshield wipers, defroster, and emergency flashes. You must demonstrate how to use the parking brake. Note, behind-the-wheel driving test will be rescheduled if the vehicle does not meet the above requirements, or if you refuse to use your seatbelt during the driving test. Oh my God, don't refuse to use your seatbelt.
Well, the alarm will go off.
Always, well, on the newer cars, always, under any circumstances, wear your seatbelt. Extremely important.
If you're just riding the bus.
Well, not in your car.
I know.
Technology such as backup cameras and self-parking cannot solely be used on a driving test. For your safety, no pets or passengers other than the DMV examiner or other authorized personnel are permitted in the vehicle during the driving test. For more information, refer to the Preparing for Your Driving Test, FFDL 22, Fast Facts brochure, DMV videos, and sample tests available at dmv.ca.gov. I wonder if they have videos on your actual driving test, not the written part of it, but the behind the wheel test.
Like the real deal?
Have you ever
I think Mark actually showed us a couple of them.
what it's like?
No, you just, I'm trying to say, you would just show us crash videos, but some, like.
Oh, yeah.
But I meant like a real driving test.
I don't think he's ever shown us something like that.
I remember him showing me that, you know.
And later on, I'll research that and see if there's any like behind the wheel test to show you exactly what's gonna be expected of you. You know, are they interesting? I don't know if they're allowed to
That'd be
film
so
that
funny if
though.
you actually drove a car that actually had like a light bar on it. You'd be like You can go where everything is, like, yeah.
Well, you know what's weird is when you drive a brand new car, I mean a different car,
Mhm.
it's way different. I couldn't imagine renting a car to get your driver's license. You're not familiar with the car unless you drive it around for a couple hours before you go in, but I could imagine being in a new car because you're nervous driving a new car or a different car as it is, and then added that on top of the nervousness of being
For some
judged for
reason,
driving.
since when I was little, my dad used to own a truck. It was an old Ford, pickup truck. And he had a cover on the back of it. I was so used to that thing, I'm so used to trucks nowadays.
Mm.
Like, for example, the Chevy Silverados, I'm used to those too.
Oh, really?
Mhm.
My dad always had
That one's
trucks
just
as well.
bottom now, so.
Okay, so page 12. Cheating.
Dun, dun, dun.
The use of testing aids is strictly prohibited. This includes, but is not limited to, the California Driver's Handbook, cheat sheets, and or electronic communication devices such as a cell phone, handheld computer, etc. If any testing aid is used during the knowledge test will be marked as a failure. An action may also be taken by the DMV against your driving privilege or the driving privilege of anyone else who assists you in the examination process. So no cheating, don't have anything written on your arms, don't pull out your phone, you know, because they're watching everybody, right? Especially on those tests, so you gotta be real careful.
Unless you're, smart enough, they won't, you put the like if you have an earpiece, like
No.
Bluetooth.
No,
Can't have
you
those either.
don't- you can't have
That'd be
that
so
one.
funny, like,
No,
you
because
can cheat like that.
Yeah, but can you imagine if you're in there with all those people that are always in the DMV and you get caught cheating? How horrible, huh?
Mhm.
That'd be, oh my gosh, I couldn't even imagine. But, yeah, don't cheat. Okay, special section for minors.
I don't know if this applies to this because none of us are minors.
Oh, yeah, that's true. Okay.
What do you mean?
What I mean is none of us are under 18.
No.
So
In
do
this
you want me
in
to
here.
skip this then?
Yeah,
But it looks like it could be useful.
I don't know if this could be used on a test though.
I don't know, that's a good question. Okay, I'll read it just because, like, you know, she's already wanted me to read it, so. Okay, minors permit requirements. A minor is a person under 18 years old. Minors must have their applications for a driver's license or any change of driver's license class signed by their parent or legal guardian. If both parents or guardians have joint custody, both must sign. Note, minors may not work as a driver for pay and they may not drive a school bus containing pupils. To get a permit, you must be at least 15 years old, complete the driver's license and ID card application form, have your parents or legal guardians sign the application. Note, you can fill out the driver's license and ID card application online, and your parents or legal guardian can sign the form electronically. Pass a knowledge test. If you fail the test, you must wait 7 days, 1 week, not including the day the test was failed, before retaking the test. If you are 15 and a half to 17 and a half years old, you will need to provide proof that you completed a driver's education certificate of completion of driver's education or are enrolled in participating in an approved integrated driver education training, oh my gosh, education driver training program.
Just say, you can just say slash.
Yeah. Certificate of enrollment in an integrated classroom, driver education and driver training program. For more information, refer to the provisional licensing, FFDL, 19 Fast Facts brochure. Oh, huh, I might wanna print that out, that might be cool to, here, huh? Fast Facts. Oh, yeah, and
Took a little while to talk to you.
we'll just wait till you get back. We'll wait a minute till I get out. So, you know what, I'm gonna look that up, like he's in the restroom, I'm gonna see if that might be something I can print out for you guys, if it's fast facts, then maybe it'll be useful.
Maybe
So
it
let's
could.
see.
request that someone to be in that waiting or someone to read it to me, so I can answer the questions better?
I don't think so. Yeah, I think that's something that you're gonna have to take on your own. I know because I tried to do that for Jonathan, but I don't think they're gonna let you have, someone read to you. However, you know, they might have something.
So, she, if she can, she had, when she gets to the, she can have some phone with her.
She can have someone go in there with her?
You just need to make it, you need to make the arrangements. When she gets to the thing, you need to talk to that person who's getting the test and say, this is the person who has, these, accommodations. And the DMV makes them. But it has to be arranged at the time of the meeting.
So she can have someone read the questions to her?
There should be an accommodation that they.
Oh, someone there will read. Oh, it would be like one of us going in there and reading it.
Yeah, I don't think I'll let one of us do it, but.
Yeah. Oh,
As long as
okay.
it's brought to the attention at the time of checking in.
Oh, wow. Oh, okay, well, okay, honey, well, there you go, right? Cool.
I think that would be better, cause when I went in there and tried
Yeah.
doing it the first time myself, I like zoomed past it and failed.
Well, make sure you read it.
So, Yvonne, the conversation that I had with the DMV person was kind of vague. But it seemed like if they didn't have anyone available, that you could go in with them.
Oh, really?
Yes, accommodation, yeah, that may just be to help them take their own,
So,
so I had a conversation with that, the DMV person on the
Huh? Huh? What's up? Yeah, I know. I was just trying to show independence. I was just trying to show independence. Maybe Tyler gets the. Hang on.
so I didn't realize that they allowed that to
Absolutely.
have someone, okay.
And so, what you do is you, as far as I know, this is more of an understanding.
Right, right.
The nice thing about this, I can just hold it, but it's, I don't have to hold it anymore.
Does it have that option?
But,
Huh?
you know what I mean, I don't have to hold it anymore.
That's,
Yeah,
in fact,
no,
that's what I was
it's
just gonna say is,
Because earlier I had to literally hold it out, it's like, oh. And now it's like, yay. Plus it can carry more things. Got it centered correctly, I think.
I'm wondering if they have like.
but they're gonna,
I set the thing pretty well.
right, that's what I was hoping for.
Big one, the small one.
Right.
You won't know if they're gonna be able to prepare your pizza
Right,
without the cheese on one side until you go into the restaurant and ask the chef
Exactly.
what they wanna pay. So,
Right, right.
so it's kind of a,
Okay.
what a baby with
probably something I could Google too, to see if they have that option, like she said, to have them read, you know, even with the OPEX, that's.
Tell me if your mind's a little bit.
Yeah.
Huh?
I'll see what I can, I'll see what I can.
Alright, Jordan, is that what we're supposed to be doing right now?
Well,
So,
we were waiting for the vote.
yeah, so.
I know. But that's what you should be doing, okay? Waiting for a vote.
Right, to say something, I need somebody to read me the question,
Yeah.
yeah. Okay.
Or whatever, find out whatever.
Right. Okay.
That's all I know.
Okay, thank you. Huh?
Luckily enough,
What?
luckily enough, this thing can charge up to 2 devices.
Okay, so why do you have two phones?
It's not a phone, it's the solar charger.
Oh, does your phone not charge?
I believe it's a portable charger.
Yeah. It's something like that, it's weird.
You charged it before?
I did. It's already going down, it's already.
And you had it charged when you walked into class? You have too many apps running then,
Oh no,
unless it's a very old phone, it wouldn't.
this is like brand new.
Why is it down to 30% and it was 100% when you walked in the door?
You know, something depends on whether or not he's using it or not.
I was using it outside for YouTube while we were waiting for
Class.
30 letters in.
I'd probably do it.
Okay, so anyway, back to the,
Anywho,
I think mine's charging over there.
okay, so,
Miners.
the minors permit registration. Your permit is not valid until you begin driver training. Your instructor will assign a permit to validate it. You must practice with a licensed California driver, parent, guardian, driving instructor, spouse, or adult 25 years or older. The person must sit close enough to you to take control of the vehicle at any time. A provisional permit does not allow you to drive alone at any time, not even to a DMV field office to take a driving test. And you have to have someone take you if you're going to get your driving test. Minors driver's license requirements. You must be at least 16 years old, prove that you have completed both driver education and driver training, have a California instruction permit or an instruction permit from another state for at least 6 months. Refer to the out-of-state minor section on page 15. Provide parent or guardian signatures on your instruction permit certifying that you have completed 50 hours of supervised that's for a minor, right? Of supervised driving practice. 10 hours must be night driving.
oh gosh.
As outlined in the California Parenting Training Guide. Visit the team website at dmv.ca.gov or call 1-800-777-0133 to request this booklet. Pay a non-refundable application fee. Note, the fee is good for 12 months. If all requirements are not met within 12 months, the application is no longer valid and you must reapply. Pass each of the required knowledge tests. If you fail the knowledge test 3 times, the application is no longer valid and you must reapply. Pass the driving test within 3 attempts. Important, if you fail the driving test, you must pay a retest fee. Schedule a subsequent test and wait 14 days or 2 weeks, not including the day the test was failed before you are retested. If you fail the driving test 3 times, the application is no longer valid and you must reapply. Once you have your provisional driver's license, you may drive alone as long as you do not have any collisions or traffic violations on your driving record. During the first 12 months after you are licensed, you cannot drive between 11 p.m. and 5 a.m. and cannot transport passengers under 20 years old unless accompanied by a California licensed parent or guardian. A California licensed driver 25 years old or older, or a licensed or certified driving instructor. When you become 18 years old, the provisional part of your driver's license ends. You may keep your provisional photo ID or a driver's license or pay a fee for a duplicate driver's license without the word provisional. Exceptions, minors driver's license restrictions. The law allows, you know what, I'd kinda like to get let me, one piece of paper so I can make a, bookmark. I should have, I knew I was gonna be reading, I have a ton of books at home, I should have brought, much better, okay. Okay. Where was I, let's see. Let's see. Exceptions, minors, driver's license restrictions. The law allows the following exceptions when reasonable transportation is not available and it is necessary to drive. A signed note explaining the necessity to drive and the date when this driving is necessity will end must be kept in your possession for the following exceptions. Emancipated minors are excluded from this requirement. Medical necessity to drive when reasonable transportation alternatives are inadequate. Note, the note must be signed by a physician, with the diagnosis and preferable date of recovery.
Probable.
What did I say?
You said preferable.
Oh. Schooling or school authorized activity. The note must be signed by the school principal, dean, or designee. Employment necessity and the need to operate a vehicle as part of your employment. The note must be signed by the employer verifying employment. I didn't know that. The necessity to drive an immediate family member. The note must be signed by your parent or legal guardian stating the reason and probable end of the date of the necessity to drive the immediate family member. I had no idea you guys can drive like that. I mean, the under 18 can drive like that. Exception, these requirements do not apply to an emancipated minor. Emancipated minors must provide DMV with court documents showing that the court has granted a petition for emancipation and provide a California insurance proof certificate form in lieu of their parent or something's
Form in lieu.
I don't know. Emancipated minors are not exempt from the integrated driver, what?
Guarantor, yeah. That's what I haven't seen before.
I know, right? Driver education and driver training program requirements. So when you guys are, how many of you are actually behind the wheel trying to learn how to drive? Have you done it yet?
I'm trying to learn, but I got past the test first.
Yeah.
I've actually, parked my mom's car that's down at the bottom of her driveway before.
Nice.
That's hard.
I feel the car, yeah.
My parents have a car ready for me.
The thing is,
Nice.
I'm just basically
For me?
ready to get my driver's test.
I know, right? Good.
yeah, for me, I kinda, like, my mom was in the car next to me, you know? Like, the funny thing is, so,
Making a quick story.
that's kind of, you know, like, anyway, so, now actually, step on a brake a little too hard, you know, you kind of jolt her forward.
Yeah, that happens when you're learning. That happens all the time when you're learning. You go too quick because you don't know the pressure to put on the gas pedal or the pressure to put on the brake pedal, so you do the going
right.
like that when you, it happens. It happens every
Well,
time.
I've actually, like, when I actually, kind of stepped on the, acceleration pedal, I actually hit my head pretty hard on the back of the seat, like, ow.
You don't wanna go that hard, you wanna just squeeze into it, right?
Yeah, then after a while, I'm like, okay, that's it, that, now I know how much pressure.
How much pressure to put down, yeah, that's
And you,
about learning.
and
right?
normally, like, for me, I used to, like, driving golf carts a lot, so that kind of gives me a little bit of practice, I guess.
Okay, look, out-of-state minors, actually,
Hmm?
I don't wanna read the out-of-state minors, so. Well, I mean, if you're either gonna move out of state anytime soon, and I seriously don't think that's gonna be on the exam. So I'm gonna skip that.
Not keeping a professional driver's license.
Unless you go out of the state for a short period of time and get back into it. Is it what it is?
Licensing.
I'll put, I skipped this page,
What page is that?
15,
Oh.
and then if we have a chance later on.
Yeah,
if
that's
I
why,
get to
that's
the
why I
book,
asked,
we can
does
go
this
back.
really apply to us?
I know, and, yeah, I just wanna get to the stuff where, because we wanna get to the information where that's gonna probably be on the
Considering the fact that I like to travel a lot,
Huh?
considering the fact that I like to travel a lot, maybe when we went to Lone, that is, when we went to Lone Pine with my mom and dad, one of the passes was closed, so we had to go into Nevada, and then re-enter California.
Okay, was there a question in there? I thought you were gonna ask a question. No?
I forgot what I was gonna ask.
Okay.
Now, would that be considered, like, a very short distance of out of state, I guess?
Hmm?
Would that be considered, a short distance of out of
But
state?
you're not a minor though.
True.
Minor is 18, under 18, that's a minor, so that's not,
That's all.
that's not gonna pertain to you. So that next section is out-of-state minors,
No.
That seems very niche.
and that's not gonna really, neither here nor
Yeah,
there,
I don't,
yeah.
I've never heard of a state minor.
Okay,
Very
so
cool.
on to page 16, so keeping your provisional driver's license. DMV will track your driving record and take actions based on any collisions or violations as follows. If you get a traffic ticket and fail to appear in court, DMV will suspend your driving privilege until you appear in court. If you have one at-fault collision, like if it's your fault, or conviction of a traffic law violation within 12 months, DMV will send you a warning letter. If you have two at-fault collisions or convictions, or a combination of a traffic law violation within 12 months, you cannot drive for 30 days, unless accompanied by your licensed parent or other licensed adult who is at least 25 years old. If you have three at-fault collision or convictions, or any combination of a traffic law violation within 12 months, in a year, you will be suspended for 6 months and placed on probation for a year. If you have four or more at-fault collisions or point count convictions of traffic law violations while on probation, you will be suspended again. Traffic law violations resolved in a juvenile court are also reported to DMV. If you are convicted of using alcohol or a controlled substance and you are between 13 to 21 years old, the court orders DMV to suspend your driver's license for a year. If you do not have a driver's license, the court orders DMV to delay your eligibility to apply for a driver's license. You may also be required to complete a DUI program.
Yeah, that'll work.
Any restriction, suspension, or probation will continue for its full term past your 18th birthday. Or stronger actions may be taken if your driving record justifies them. Remember, if your driving privilege has been suspended or revoked, you may not drive. Minors and cell phones. It is against the law for a minor to use a cell phone or an electronic wireless communications device while driving. Do not answer calls or respond to text messages. Convictions for violations of this law are subject to fines. Exceptions: you may use a cell phone only to contact law enforcement, a healthcare provider, the fire department, or other emergency entity in an emergency situation when driving. Miscellaneous licensing information. To replace a lost or stolen or damaged driver's license. If your driver's license is lost, stolen, or damaged, you must go to the DMV field office. Complete the DL-44 form. It can be completed online in advance and pay a fee for the replacement. You should also present a photo ID. If DMV cannot confirm your identity, you will not be issued a temporary driver's license. If you're a minor, your parent or guardian must sign the application. If both parents or guardians have joint custody, both must sign. Once a replacement driver's license is issued, the previous driver's license is no longer valid. Destroy the old driver's license if you find it later. Name changes. When you legally change your name because of marriage or other reasons, be sure to change your name with SSA before coming in to DMV. Bring your driver's license to DMV in person along with your marriage certificate or other acceptable verification of your true full name. Refer to the obtain a driver's license section on page 4. You must complete the driver license and ID card application form that can be completed online in advance and pay the applicable fee. DMV will electronically verify your name, your date, and social security number with SSA. A new photograph, fingerprint, and signature will be taken. Gender category changes. Effective January 1st, 2019, customers may apply for a gender category of male, female, or non-binary. You are no longer required to provide a medical certification and authorization form completed by a physician or psychologist who certifies to an applicant's gender identification or demeanor. If you wish to obtain a driver's license ID card with a gender category that differs from the gender on your identity document or existing California DL or ID, a DL is short for driver's license, you must present in person a completed gender category request form to DMV. Driver's license renewals. Oh, this is what I was talking about earlier. DMV sends a renewal notice to your address of record approximately 120 days before your driver's license expired. So how many months is that? 120 days.
4 months?
Yeah. That's a long time, so don't lose that piece of paper. When you get your driver's license registration, they'll also send that way early too, that's like 2 months early. So make sure you don't lose that. If I get that early, go ahead and just get it taken care of when you get it, that way you don't lose that paper. Because 4 months is a long time. You think, oh, I'm gonna put it away and do it later. I would just get it over, get it over with as soon as you can. And you can do it online. So follow the instructions on the renewal notice. If you do not receive a renewal notice, go online or call to make an appointment to renew your driver's license. Refer to page 8 or VII.
Roman numeral 8.
Roman numeral 8, yes. Note, you will not receive a renewal notice if you have a pending application on file with the DMV. Qualified drivers may be eligible to renew their driver's license on the DMV website at dmv.ca.gov or by mail. DMV may issue a driver's license for 5 years. The driver's license expires on your birthday and the year shown on the driver's license unless otherwise indicated. It is against the law to drive with an expired driver's license. A driving test may be required as part of any driver's license application. Driving tests are not required simply because of age. If DMV cannot confirm your identity, you will not be issued a temporary driver's license. For other types of driver's license, refer to the California Commercial Driver Handbook, Recreational Vehicles and Trailers Handbook, or California Motorcycle Handbook.
That's really fast.
Huh?
That was pretty fast.
Renewal by mail or internet. If you have not received 2 consecutive 5-year driver's license extensions, you may be eligible to renew by mail or internet without taking a knowledge test if your current driver's license expires before age 70, you do not have a probationary driver's license, you have not violated a written promise to appear in court within the last 2 years, you are not suspended for driving with an illegal blood alcohol concentration, or BAC, level, or refusing or failing to complete a chemical or preliminary alcohol screening test within the last 2 years. You do not have a total violation point count greater than 0.9. Driver's license extension. If you are away from California up to 1 year, you may request a free 1-year extension before your driver's license expires. Mail your request to DMV, P.O. Box 942890, Sacramento, and enhance address. Include your name, driver's license number, birth date, California residence address, and out-of-state address. Limited term drivers are not eligible for this extension. Save time, fill out your electronic ID. online. Okay, page 20. So let's see, so 11:30 here. Okay. Your driver's license in your possession. You must always keep your driver's license with you when you drive. You must show it to any peace officer who asks to see it. If you are in a collision, you must show it to the other drivers involved. Refer to the involved in the collision section on page 95. Address changes. Address changes. That's weird when you say it the other way, huh?
Yeah,
Address.
they both mean two different
That's
things.
right, they mean two different things.
Like we say address means
Yeah, address changes, address, and then address.
address is like using the verb address, and then you say address, it's
Yeah,
kinda
like
like the noun.
discuss and changes is one thing, and then your address
Address
change.
is like the
That's weird,
noun.
cause I said it the other way, the first time, like, wait a minute, that's not how that meant to be said, and then.
Yeah,
Kinda
it
weird.
can mean two different things.
I know,
like
right?
whether it's the verb or the noun address.
Yeah, that's weird, okay. So when you move, you must give DMV your new address within 10 days. There is no fee to change your address. You may notify DMV of your address change for your DL ID card and vehicle online at dmv.ca.gov. You may also download a change of address DMV 14 form or call DMV at 1-800-777-0133. So, how many of you know that number by heart now? Do you know it, Andrew? I said it like, I don't know how many
I know,
times now. I forgot that number again.
It's actually,
Okay.
it's not a bad reminder.
Right? So mail the completed DMV 14 to the address on the form. A new DL ID card is not issued when you change your address. You may type or write your new address on a small piece of paper, sign or date the paper, and carry it. Do not use tape or staples with your driver's license ID card. If you change your address at a field office, a DMV representative will give you a change of address card, DL 43, to complete and carry with you on your driver's license or ID card. So I guess you don't,
That's super interesting.
Yeah, it is, because you're reading the handbook.
yeah.
I should have done that myself. I never did.
You never did read the handbook?
No, I have a reading disability, so I just never thought it'd be helpful.
Oh.
I can't comprehend my reading when it's long.
And it is kind of daunting, all the information we have on here. It's a
Yeah,
pretty
it's-
So
good
instead, I
size-
watched
pretty good
YouTube
size-
videos.
Pretty good sized book.
Yeah. You wanna hear, you wanna listen?
Yeah, it's very interesting.
You have your permit, right?
I have my license. So
That's right.
I probably should be working on something else.
Oh, oh, yeah, get your book and your test, you can work on that, you have half an hour before lunch,
Yeah,
you have to look at that.
but yeah.
And just, circle the ones you can't find,
Okay.
okay? Make sure your pages are in order though,
All right.
okay? Okay, let's see, important, change your address with the US Postal Service to ensure DMV correspondence is forwarded to your current mailing address. It is your responsibility to ensure DMV has your correct mailing address on record. So I wonder why they don't just issue you a new ID.
For me, they did, but it's not a real ID. My driver's license says federal limits apply, so I can't use it to go on airplanes or anything.
Lincoln,
Why didn't you apply for a real ID?
I have a real ID, and my ID before is a real ID. So it's like weird. I don't know why my driver's license isn't a real ID.
Yeah, but that's kind of weird.
Yeah, I have a.
But don't you have to pay extra for a real ID though?
I have a
Probably.
real
That
ID.
might be the reason.
You have one?
I
When
have
did
one in
you-
my wallet.
When did you get that? Could have been too long ago, because they just came up with that last year, I think,
Yeah.
right?
It was like last year, I think it is. No, you have to have a real ID now. As in, you have to actually get a real ID.
I don't wanna go back in and get a real ID. I don't know how to change mine.
It was already a pain just to get this ID.
Yeah, I
It
know,
means you
I
can't
know.
use it to go on airplanes or anything.
Right, well, I mean, you can still, if you have a passport, you could get on the airplane.
Yeah, you
if
could
have
use that.
So that's, the real ID is not needed if you have your passport.
And you can't really use it in other states, like, I don't know.
With your passport, you can.
Yeah,
With a passport, you can go all over the world.
but I think if you wanted to drive your car in another state, I don't know if you could do that, it's just federal limits apply.
No, it is, oh, I don't know about yours, but it is because it's for flying. Your real ID is just for flying, it's not for driving.
Oh, okay.
That's different, yeah, that's just for flying. But- Put it away.
See if I can get myself my, maybe I'll get a real ID pretty soon.
I know, I wanna change mine too.
Just for the heck of it, so that way I know, like, okay, I have this real ID, so that way I don't get questioned or something.
Yeah, right.
And it just feels better to have it.
Yeah, it does, cause like I don't wanna be questioned though, hey,
'Cause it
I
has
have
the-
this real ID.
It has the
along with
California
this
Golden Bear on it, and
And
it
make
just
sure
looks
you
good.
Yeah, I had the golden barrel on mine.
Yeah.
Make sure you get it too, because my guard actually paid to have a real ID and they sent her a regular one.
Yeah.
So
A what?
it's like, make sure you get the real ID,
A what?
a regular ID, just a regular ID.
That's funny.
They sent her
what?
that instead of the real ID, and she applied and paid for the
Not
real
just
ID.
like that.
So just make sure when you get it, it's what you paid for, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, so vision. DMV screens all drivers to measure vision with or without corrective lenses. If you do not meet DMV's vision standard 2040, you will be required to visit a vision specialist. The DMV representative will give you a reported vision examination, DL 62 form, to have completed by a vision specialist.
I have 2010 vision.
2010?
I don't think I wanna know about my vision.
Well, 2020 is like the best, but
Yeah.
I have even better than that.
Really?
That's what the doctor said. They have
Yeah, so
2010.
my son, he's got like 18 or 50, I don't know, he's got like.
Wait, so if
super
the
sharp
number
vision.
is higher or like less, does that mean it's better?
Yeah, 2020 is like what everyone wants. 2010 is like even better than that.
Oh.
Wow, that's good.
I'm
It's so
concerned
funny,
for my
2020.
vision, honestly.
2020 is also the last
I really
year.
do have to take
Yeah,
classes.
I did too, but they're not that thick here because I paid for the cinema.
You tell it this one's also a little bit thicker than this one because one of my eyes is like a little worse or
Yeah,
better
they're
than
usually
No,
like
it's
that.
just
This is the
my
first
watch
time in
telling
my
me to
entire
breathe.
life that I have the same vision on both
I'll do it
eyes.
later.
I've never had
Wait,
it
what?
before, usually it doesn't happen.
Apple Watch
Well, that's
tells me to breathe when I'm
Oh
not
wow, how
breathing
does that
enough.
happen?
I don't know, when she gave me the picture, she said,
So
oh,
funny.
both your eyes are the same.
Why is that?
Really? That's never
It just
happened.
That's just first.
I know, okay.
There you
So,
go.
if your vision is not worse than 20/70, DMV may issue you a 30-day temporary driver's license to allow you time to have your vision checked. All drivers applying for a driver's license must have a visual acuity better than 2200 best corrected in at least one eye before a DL can be issued. You are prohibited from using a bioptic telescope or similar lens to meet 2200 visual acuity standard in the better eye. Imagine with binoculars, right?
Yeah, for some
I'm
people,
gonna drive just like this.
for some people, you're required to wear your glasses while driving. Like,
You have to, it depends on how bad your vision is, right? It'll say on your driver's license, you must wear corrective
lenses. Yeah.
lenses, yeah, whether contact lenses or, really?
Mhm.
Huh,
I need to put contacts in, so. Which do help, so.
huh. Okay, so medical information card. Call 1-800-777-0133 to obtain a medical information card to list your blood type, allergies, physician's name, and other medical information. It can be carried with you in with your driver's license or ID card. Oh, okay, this section. Okay.
Oh.
Do we need to learn about organs and treasure donation?
Yeah, let's just not do that one.
I don't
Well, we're
know.
gonna read it because it's important. Okay.
I'm just gonna mute myself.
No, you don't need, just listen.
It's not a Zoom anymore, you
I
can't
know,
do that.
I know, joking.
Okay, organ and tissue donation. You may sign up to donate your organs and tissue for transplant.
I did that.
Did you?
Wait,
That means it has the red dot on it. That's what mine has.
Okay, for transportation, transplant after your death. When you apply for or renew your driver's license ID card and check the yes add or keep my name on the donor registry box, your name will be added to the Donate Life California Organ Tissue Donor Registry, and a pink donor dot will appear on your DLID card.
I'll show you. The plastic stronger.
You must mark yes to maintain the donor dot on your DLID card. When you check that I do not wish to register to be an organ or tissue donor at this time box, your name will not be removed from the registry. If you wish to remove your name from the registry, you must contact Donate Life California. DMV can remove the donor dot from the DL card, but cannot remove you from the registry. Why are you in the registry to begin with? I don't get it. It sounded like you're in the registry automatically.
Did it?
So it sounded like.
It's
Because it
kinda
says.
suspicious.
I think it's like saying if you are,
Oh, if you are, okay.
not that you are, right?
Oh, okay. No, that's, I don't know, I don't know, I got confused, I guess.
It's implying that if you want to.
Oh, if you did already, it's not gonna have it on your card, okay. So you may also provide a $2 voluntary contribution to support and promote organ and tissue donation by checking the would you like to make a voluntary $2 contribution box as outlined in the California Anatomical Gift Act. Your authorization is legally binding, and unless the donor is under 18 years old, your decision does not require the consent of any other person. Oh, unless you're under, yeah. For registered donors under 18 years old, the legal guardian shall make the final donation decision. You may limit your donation to specific organs or tissues. Place usage restrictions, for example, transplantation or research, obtain more information about donation, change or update your donor status or information including your name and address, or remove your name from the registry on the Donate Life California website at donatelifecalifornia.org. So, yeah, when you go to get your license, they're gonna ask you if you want to donate organs after your death, if you happen to die young and or whenever, right? There's something to think about. You don't have to do it. I know that makes a lot of people like, wait, what? Yeah, yeah.
Well, I say why not? You're helping someone live longer that.
I mean, yeah, but that's if you die.
Helping someone that might be dying, yeah.
Yeah, and it's wonderful if you can do that, absolutely.
Yeah.
So, I think that's a tough decision for a lot. I think it's scary for people to think about, well, what if I'm not dead yet, and, it's a personal decision, and you guys don't have to do it, by all means.
What if you're, unable to die?
So, just something to think about, but we'll ask you that when you go in to get your test, so just know that that's gonna be a question that they will ask you. They ask you that when for your permit, when you're going for your permit, right, Tyler?
Well, they even asked me that for my regular ID.
Oh, really? Oh, okay.
Yeah, for like my real ID that I had before my driver's license.
Oh, okay. Okay, so let's see. Veteran designation and benefit information. For an additional $5 fee, DMV offers those who proudly serve our country the option to mark the face of their DLID card with the word veteran to indicate they served in the U.S. Armed Forces. In addition, DMV will refer veterans to the California Department of Veteran Affairs to determine eligibility for benefits acquired while serving in the U.S. Armed Forces. How can I get veterans? Okay, well, I'm not gonna reach out because so far I'm not veteran, so. Register to vote.
I did that a long time ago.
What? Register to vote?
Yeah, it's back in high school. I was 16 at the time.
I did it
16?
when I was.
You can pre-register to vote, and then when you turn 18, then I voted for the governor.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
I think I did mine, like 2019, I think it was. Like it was during my ARC times, and I was just going there, and then there was just like, there was the people asking me, hey, you wanna vote for this or that? And then you had to
bunch of people all the time were trying to get you to vote, register to vote, yeah.
Yeah, I did that and I was like, why not, I'll register.
Good. Good. Okay. So register to vote. You may register to vote or update your voter registration with DMV when applying for an original DL or ID, renewing your DL or ID, or changing your address. For more information, visit the DMV website. I'm just gonna start saying the DMV website. It's just DMV.ca, .gov. So I'm just gonna say DMV website. Okay, unlicensed drivers. It is against the law to loan your vehicle to a person who is unlicensed or whose driving privilege has been suspended or revoked. If an unlicensed person is caught driving your vehicle, it may be impounded for 30 days. No person of any age may drive on a highway or in a public parking facility unless they have a valid DL or permit. The law also states that you must not employ, permit, or authorize any person to drive your vehicle on a public street or highway unless they are licensed to drive that class of vehicle. A person must be 21 years old to drive most commercial vehicles for hire in interstate commerce and to transport hazardous materials or waste. Diplomatic driver licenses. Non-residents who possess a valid diplomatic driver's license issued by the U.S. Department of State are exempt from California driver's licensing requirements. Identification cards. DMV issues ID cards to eligible persons of any age. To obtain an original ID card, you must present an identity document, residency document, and provide your social security number, referred to obtaining driver's license section on page 4. The ID card is valid until the 6th birthday after the issue date. If you meet certain requirements for specific public assistance programs, you may be eligible to apply for a reduced fee ID card.
Yeah, I was curious how young you could be when you get an ID. Like, could a baby have an ID?
I know when it said it's 6 years old.
Oh, so you have to be at least 6 years old.
I don't think that's what it means.
Well, it says the ID card is valid until the 6th birthday after the issue date, so I don't know why you'd need one.
I mean, I don't think you'll need one as a baby.
It would just be funny having a baby on an ID.
Well, I know they need a social security card, like right after birth, you need to go get that card.
Yeah.
But
I don't think
know
the
about
card's
that.
gonna be important till like maybe when you're in high school or an adult.
What, the ID card?
The social security one.
Oh, well, I think you needed to sign up for the, health insurance, I think.
Yeah,
I
but
don't
usually
remember.
you're, at that point, you're not gonna be able to do it yourself, your parents are gonna be able to do it.
Right, but you wanna be able to insure your child, your health,
Yeah.
right after.
And also, if you let your child go places by themselves, it's good for them to have an ID.
Yeah.
I mean, how are you supposed to confirm that you're a child? Just say, I'm a child, or?
Oh. Okay, John, let's sit down.
Yeah, 20 more minutes.
Yeah, 15 minutes. Okay, note, if you are 62 years or older, you may obtain a free senior citizen ID card with the word senior identification card indicated on the front. The senior ID card is valid until the 8th birthday after the issue date.
Oh, now I know why it says that. Like for you know how it said for the 6th birthday after the issue date, it's saying
After 6 years you have the card?
yeah, pretty much.
Okay,
Yeah, it always expires on your birthday.
yeah. Okay.
The same applies to the senior ID card as well.
Okay. No fee ID cards. Drivers who are no longer able to drive safely because of physical and or mental condition may be eligible to exchange their valid driver's license for a no fee ID card if certain guidelines are met. If you are a homeless person as identified by the McKinney-Vento Act, which includes but is not limited to a homeless child or youth, homeless person or individual or family fleeing domestic violence, dating violence, sexual assault, stalking, or other dangerous, life-threatening conditions, you may be eligible for a no-fee ID. Visit the DMV website or call the 1-800 number for additional information. Now that 1-800 number, when I say that, that is the number that I've been saying this whole time, that 1-800-777 0133. Identification card renewal by mail or internet. Customers who are eligible to renew their ID card by mail or internet will receive a notice approximately, I thought I already read this, approximately 128 days before the expiration date of their current ID card. Reduced fee ID cards cannot be renewed by mail or internet. Oh wow, really? I wonder why. I wonder why.
During the pandemic, it was very useful to renew your driver's license or ID through the internet because going in person to the DMV was like really, yeah.
You
Yeah,
couldn't really
it
do
was
that.
terrible, oh my gosh, it was awful last year. Yeah, I wonder, did no one get their driver's license last year because of the pandemic?
I think they just had to like, reschedule their driving test.
But in the whole year, everything was shut down, I'm wondering if, because being in a car, someone's car without, I mean, when the COVID was really bad, remember? I'm just wondering how that worked with the driver's license, with people not getting it, or were they able to still drive and take their test, I'm wondering.
So they kinda just handed out licenses, honestly. My kid's dad, had his license suspended since he was like 20, and he just never tried to get it again. So he went down and tried to get it again during the pandemic, and they just said, oh, it looks like you had a license before, it was suspended a long time ago, you don't have any fees. Oh, they waived his fees or whatever, and they just gave him a license. He didn't have to do a test, even though it had been more than 20 years since he'd driven.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
That's surprising.
Huh.
Yeah. And he's a good driver, he's been driving this whole time, but he just didn't have a license, but,
Oh, wow.
yeah.
Yeah, I wonder, so they just do that with everybody that wanna get their, as long as they pass the
I'm not sure, that's the only experience I know of,
oh,
but
yeah.
I
I
know that
wanna
they
know
just kinda,
funny because,
I
you know,
don't know if it was
wasn't-
because of his age, or
Yeah.
he'd already have a license, or I'm not sure.
Yeah, I never really looked into it, cause I've had mine forever, but yeah,
What?
that's kinda interesting because like, a year being closed down, that's a long time. Can you imagine how many people, if they made it to where they couldn't get their license, how many people had to wait all this time?
Yeah, there's so many things you can't do if your license expires.
Right.
Yeah, it's
Right.
crazy to think.
I know. Okay, so
Driving schools.
driving schools. When learning to drive, you should seek qualified instruction either with a public or private high school or state licensed professional driving school. I gotta tell you this, okay, they don't have this anymore, at least not that I know of.
Tyler did a driving school, right?
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, but when I was young and in high school, we did 1 year, okay, for 1 year, I think you had to be 16 to do this, but 1 year was health and safety for this first semester, and then the other semester was driver's ed. We learned in the classroom, it was an actual trailer in the parking lot that they would have, and it was a driving simulator.
Oh, that is cool.
It was so much fun because you would sit and you had a little car, right, that you'd sit in, and the steering wheel, the brake, the gas, the parking, I mean, everything just like you're sitting in a car.
Cool.
And, yeah, and it was so funny because they would have a big screen in front, and you'd be driving on the road, you know, you had to turn your blinker on to scoot over, and you would get over, and people would like dart in the street, or a dog would run, and you'd have to brake, right? Some of the kids in the class would run somebody over because they wouldn't stop in time, or in the big
Oh,
red
you,
thing.
wait, so you're saying that you will see it?
You can see what you're doing, yeah, you
Like,
gotta have to
even though
stop,
other
it's
people
just,
too?
yeah, because it was like 10 of us,
Mhm.
a bunch of people sitting in it, it was a driving simulator. And that's what you did before you got behind the wheel, is you had to do, I don't remember how long of a class that was, but I remember it was just kinda funny, because you could hit somebody or crash into somebody on the screen, and, yeah, so that's how they did it when I was young.
Driving game, which is on my Xbox, which is Forza Horizon 4. It's not hard, it's big, but,
In the
Is
you know,
your
I got
steering
it.
wheel?
I have a Xbox steering wheel.
Well, but that is better than nothing, though, right?
Yeah.
And teaching you how to do the.
Yeah, but you're like
the
driving
stick-
in the game.
my steering wheel doesn't have the turn signal thing on it, so.
Right,
But it has a gear shifter, so, which I like.
Yeah, but anyway, that's how we did it, and then actually after that, then you were able to get behind the wheel with an instructor and a bunch of kids in the back. You know, there was probably 3 of us, I think, one driving, then the instructor and then 2 kids in the back.
Oh boy.
And
Sounds
they
like
took
fun.
you around the high school there, not too far. And it wasn't very long because everybody had a chance to drive.
Isn't having kids in the back kind of for an advanced driver?
You can't do that because we just read that. It said no, right?
We did read that.
But back then, the rules were different, but yeah, we had a bunch of kids in the back and we all had to wait our turn to be able to drive, and we drove around our school in just a little residential area. That was terrifying.
Wow.
But, yeah, that's how,
Wait, so you said that it's a full trailer, correct?
it's a trailer, yeah.
Huh.
What?
My brother did the same thing with us, except instead of a trailer, he let us use those, bumper car thingies.
Those little bicycle
What's
things.
bumper cars?
The little what Tyler said, the little bicycle things that you would turn and stuff that look like a car. Mark
Oh
would
my
let
gosh.
Mark would let us use those, and he would literally instruct us and be like,
Oh,
go this
oh,
way.
You mean those little buggy things?
Yeah, like go
Oh,
this
yeah.
way.
Oh, those old cars that, what's his name, Andy used to have?
It was like, he'd be like, go this way.
Oh, but
so
the real ones though, right? The little go-kart things?
Oh, that
Yeah,
reminds
those
me.
little
That
go-karts.
Oh,
reminds
those
me.
were fun.
In Monterey, I think they actually have the actual bikes, the 4-wheel bikes. They
Yeah.
actually have steering wheels on them.
Huh.
but it would,
And it has
Mark,
covered.
like I said, Mark would instruct us and be like, go this way.
But
Wait,
there was no
there's
roads.
there's a person in your way, move.
Yeah, yeah. That's funny. Okay. So, when learning to drive, you should seek driver's license, professional schools, and instructors in California that meet rigid qualifying standards. Schools must carry liability insurance, hold a form, and maintain complete records for a D&D inspection. Vehicles are subject to annual inspection. Instructors must pass a written examination every 3 years or show proof of continuing education in the traffic safety field. If you use the services of a professional driving school, ask to see the instructions ID card. What's that, Jonathan?
He's saying he's tired.
I'm just tired.
Okay, well, we're gonna break for lunch in a few minutes. Let's see. Visit the DMV website or refer to by selecting a driving school for driver's education, drivers and training. Fast facts brochure for additional information. I was gonna look that up on the break, but I didn't do it. Okay, mature driver program. The mature driver program is an 8-hour course for drivers 55 years old and older. This course covers a variety of topics of special interest to the mature driver and is available from DMV approved course providers. Visit the DMV website for more information. Your insurance company may offer discounts for those who complete the class and receive a completion certificate. The certificate is valid for 3 years and can be renewed by completing the 4-hour course. Pedestrian responsibilities. Pedestrians, including joggers, should be aware of traffic conditions. Watch out for drivers before assuming you have the right of way when crossing the street. Yeah, because if maybe they're not paying attention, they might not think to be looking for pedestrians.
I always do that. Like if I'm actually waiting to cross that Burlington and Palm,
Yeah,
I'm always.
busy intersection.
I know. Well, the thing is, if I'm trying to go over to Palm, which Marconi turns into Palm, and there's cars charting, I always like try to make eye contact first, then look at the if it's on the walk signal or not. So.
Yeah, even if it says walk, you have to be very careful, huh?
Some
Yes.
people don't pay attention to the walk sign, cause I've had 2 people when I've had a walk sign, literally like, I've been crossing the street and they literally have turned the street and I'm just like,
Well,
hello?
there's a stupid law in California where you can turn right on a red light, and I
Oh,
really
yeah,
wish
that
that wasn't a thing, because like, it's like, I don't like turning on a red light. I wish it was just green light, go, but, you know, turning
Yeah.
right on a red light.
Actually, I'm gonna.
I never liked that law.
In
Like,
most
what
states,
blows
that's
me
not a
whenever I
thing.
see people, like when you're walking on the crosswalk as a pedestrian, and then you see, like, drivers on the right just passing by
Uh-huh.
while you're about to cross.
Yeah.
I always get
Bothers
scared
me.
when drivers on my right like go really close to me because I'm like, hello, go that way.
Or if like say some cars just have their tongue sticking out on the crosswalk, blocking the way.
Yeah, okay.
car's moving now.
So, about that red light thing, okay, when you learn to drive, I'm gonna give you guys some advice. You're coming up to an intersection, and you're gonna turn right. Like Tyler said, that's the law, you can go on the red when you're making a right-hand turn, if it's safe to do so, right? I'm gonna advise you guys, don't do it when you're learning to drive, because when you're out on the road, you're gonna be nervous for a long time. Everybody is. I was getting out on the street. You're nervous because not only, not only are you a new driver and you're trying to think of every single thing to do right, because you're new at it and it's a big vehicle. You want to be safe, so your attention is always what you're doing when you first learn how to drive.
Yeah.
When you're used to it, it's kind of, you do it kind of without thinking.
It's second
really.
nature.
Yes. So when you're learning to drive and you come to an intersection, just wait until the light turns green, because you're gonna have to judge, and you may not be very good at judging the distance, because you don't know how fast they're going. They might be a ways enough off where it might be safe to go, but what if they're going like 65 miles an hour, right?
And sometimes you can't tell what lane they're in, and so you'll think they're in a different lane, and then you'll go out and you'll realize they're in your lane, and that can be real scary. You're not required to go on a right turn on a red light. You don't have to. You can wait till the light turns green.
Yeah, and I would just recommend that you just wait, especially being new drivers, wait till that light turns green.
But then the people behind you might get mad and be like,
You know,
I was just gonna say that people may honk at you, but don't worry about it.
Yeah.
Let them honk, cause they'll be mad, and then you'll never see them again.
Exactly. Yeah,
Maybe.
there's a light, cause we go to, the food, we call it the food Walmart. That it's going on to Madison Avenue, coming off a side street that has a light. Every single time I go there, and I wait for because you can't see far enough to go in the red, so I wait for the green light. Every single time, if there's a car behind me, they honk, and I always tell my kids when I'm in the car, oh, we're gonna play the honking game now. Because they're honking and you to go, and you do not have to go on a red light. If you don't feel safe or your visibility is, you can't see, don't go. Just let them be mad and honk, it doesn't matter. That's their issue, not yours, right? So don't feel pressured to go on a red light.
We're getting ready to stop for break.
Alright.
Alright. You wanna enjoy your lunch?
Oh, this has been a long read.
Sorry.
No, that's okay. I like how.
You. I forgot my charger. Since we basically
oh,
kind
you
of.
wanna use my charger?
Yeah, can
I
I?
got a second one.
Okay.
I should have a second one.
Well, I'm.
Okay.
I do.
Been hectic week.
Yeah.
Hold on, let me just go handle it.
Thank you, Tyler.
Yeah, no problem. There's other outlets.
I know. Don't know who's that.
That's Nathan's, but whatever.
They think could survive. Mine's at 17. It's not like his is gonna die.
Hold, yeah, just a second.
Just hearing about it is terrifying.
Right?
No! The heck? Thank you.
What she did.
Hello, Cled.
Hey, Jordan. Here you go.
Oh yeah, Tyler. I found one that works.
Oh, awesome.
I actually had two at home that worked.
Cool, man.
I just found one in my drawer last night. Huh?
I said we're all great.
Except for me.
Unless it's wrinkly, then it's a raisin.
Yeah. And then we're Raisin Bran.
The raisin.
Oh my god.
I never liked that cereal.
I shouldn't run out of battery.
Yeah, that's pretty much what I said.
It'll last a while.
What's that?
It was just a friend of mine. I told him I'm at work.
you put yourself on the disturb stuff, people can like understand
Yeah,
that you're.
I don't like doing that because people think I'm just an antisocial.
I mean, you're at work.
I just want.
It doesn't
Yeah,
mean
but I
you
don't wanna have to go back and change it.
At least you don't get called or anything.
Yeah, last Friday I went down.
Okay, here you go.
Yeah.
So what I've been doing. So, yesterday I was actually messing around with fight tape. I was thinking of playing some old fighting games.
All I did was go to my grandma's and sleep on the island, that's all.
You're also on my Steam account, if I remember.
Yeah.
You were playing some Hyperdimension Neptunia today, yesterday, weren't you?
That was, I was
You
trying
tell.
to go hard, but some.
I unplugged your charger. You have to figure something out. Mine's at 17. It was gonna die.
Well, there's 1,000 plugs here. Look how many plugs there are, girl. You didn't need to. I guess you just wanted to, for some reason.
That's so unfair.
I'm hungry, but I'm good. Nope.
I was like.
Yeah, unfortunately some bosses have terrible difficulty skills. Just imagine how hard the long will be.
I know it. Dangerous something. I forgot what it is. Yeah, I heard at least one guy got instantly killed. I need these DLC.
Yeah, I know.
Cause I'm more respectful than that.
The DLC's there, I'm gonna use them. Even then, they won't be broken out of the box because you get the level up. They start out level 1.
Jordan, I have 2 forms of ID.
And you get to grind it along with the rest of the party.
You have a real ID, California ID?
Well, this is better than having a
So
set
then her
level.
school ID would should work with it, right? If she has proof of address as well.
Nope, it's just level 1.
When I talked to the person.
I think I'm on chapter 3 right now. I have a bird on my party.
You do have, you were on chapter 3.
I'm still on chapter 3.
Yeah. I didn't say over your file.
Just because they
You have played it like before
That's
for 2
fine,
years.
just in
I
case.
noticed last time I played it,
Is it recording me playing
In case, so it's not a waste of time.
Right, exactly.
Like, every time I play Hyperdimension, there's like a recording of me playing it and how long I've been playing it.
No, it just saves your date.
I mean, I don't want to.
Alright, cause like saying, wow, I feel pretty embarrassed.
If she wants to do this.
I don't see your gameplay, I just see the fact that you do play it. That's it.
Alright, thank you. Cause this is a great game, but I mean,
No, it
that's
doesn't.
embarrassing.
Okay. I'll say I think it's going.
Don't worry, it doesn't.
But we,
Here's and I wasn't gonna go over it to you. You're not gonna go.
What are those? So how's everyone's lunch going?
I don't have any more.
And I'm jealous of those Hot Pockets.
yeah.
Does anyone wanna hear something funny that happened during my driving test that I forgot about, but now I remember?
What happened?
So I was like turning right at this intersection and there was this lady who was trying to cross the street, but they were like standing in the middle of the intersection. So I was just sitting there for like 5 minutes waiting for them to move. That was so awkward. But, I mean, what was I gonna do? I can't just drive into them.
Yeah, I know.
You can't honk at her either.
Yeah,
Or you can't cut her off.
yeah.
Did you try and give her a signal or something?
No, I just had to wait there.
I mean, usually whenever I cross the street, people give me signals and like go or something.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I have to wait for the light to turn green. I mean, the walking signal.
She has a birth certificate, that's not gonna be enough.
Sean were talking about how when Cool and Bunny you
Well, when I had
could
the real
play
ID,
at least
sometimes
one
I have,
console
I
game
just
here.
scanned it and then I had my fingerprint and then I had to.
Where are we even at with TV?
Well, we have a projector. We have a projector.
Wouldn't there be input lag?
Huh?
Well, and of course they charge the 37
Wouldn't there be input lag?
I don't know.
If I remember correctly, when you project the game,
Oh, yeah, that was.
usually has input lag compared with TV.
Yeah, that's possible.
I don't know.
I remember trying it once and it was like, it was so laggy. It sucked.
But still, it would have been cool and funny to play on here at least one time.
Maybe at the end of the year.
I was just suggesting bring my Wii over.
No, I was just trying to get a little.
Yeah. I think Smash Bros. Is there on my office play.
And I forgot to mention
Huh?
they charge
I think Smash Bros. There on my office play.
Wait, what would you say? No Smash?
Yeah. I have a great variety of games that all I enjoy.
But you get to pick the best free time if you fail. I think she already took the test one time. Which means she just has to scan right.
Who are you? I don't know you. Why are you calling me?
I don't know.
Who are you talking to?
I was talking to a random number from like
Yeah, it's
I hate
something,
this one app though. Where I can install it, it won't let me.
something
Especially WhatsApp app,
Hill,
but, like,
New
leave,
York
like,
City.
random calls on there, like,
Or
we're asking for money
NC.
and stuff, like, I
Oh,
don't know
yeah.
who you are.
Yep, don't ever give your information or your money.
They're like, well, can you help me loan me like $200 so I can come home and wear it? So I was like, I don't know who you are. I'm like, no, thank you.
The heck?
Who's all going to the DMV on Thursday?
I
Me,
am. Real ID.
Clyde, and me, Clyde, and me, Clyde, and there's a third one. I forgot who's the third one.
Yeah.
Oh, Andrew.
Okay.
Mm.
Right. Which I need to be something. Renew it pretty soon.
I'll give you something. I don't want to take a proof of ID. I have more than one of these.
I'm surprised we're all so quiet during these quiz. I like it.
What's my information for Payflex?
Hello.
It's so funny that your solar charger thing is charging off the light in here.
Okay, got it. Hold on to this.
Okay. Okay. Okay, thank you. By the way, the microwave is available.
Thank you. That'll be useful. I have a birth certificate.
We all have birth certificates.
Yeah, but this is for my real ID. Oh, this. Two different documents. Oh my god, this again? I hate that. E-brake. I guess having a real ID is different than having a real ID driver's license.
Yep.
It's annoying. Why can't they just like use the same information?
Mine's different from all of yours.
What?
Mine's different.
What do you mean?
It's different.
What's different?
My ID, California ID.
What's so different about it?
Nah, it's just the size.
Yeah.
We'll have to make a gamble on what I got.
Iced tea.
Where's Jonah?
Already drinks.
A lot of drinks.
You bought the whole refrigerator.
You at least got water.
In my
I got that off the
backpack,
pepper.
yeah.
Where's Jonah?
Is it
Got the
bottled?
whole refrigerator aisle.
You literally got the entire fridge aisle.
There you go.
Is that 2 Dr. Peppers?
Jordan.
I'm not touching.
No, I think he said he bought it for you.
No, he said don't touch. That's why you do.
Oh.
What you need to eat is get some sustenance in that body of yours.
Yeah, skipping lunch is a bad idea. Unless you had a big breakfast. And then
I don't eat breakfast, but I do eat lunch.
I try to have a big breakfast if I can. Time's a bit of a factor for me.
Yeah, honestly, that's my thing right there. I feel like it's just so inconvenient, especially at school.
Yeah,
When you
it's
have
like-
to ride the bus and stuff.
You can't eat on the bus, they don't let you.
Can't eat on the bus.
They
You
don't.
have a certain amount of time, so that's basically where the discipline comes in. But I mean, some people or everybody's different. Like for example, Jordan is a night person and I'm a morning. Actually, I'm a vampire. I'm both.
I'm more of a night person.
Yeah.
I'm a both.
I could say
It's crazy. I don't know how I'm both, but I'm both.
I could say I'm both. I like staying up to like 12 or 2
It's kind of hard to be a night person when you're having a baby bunk with you.
Yeah,
I have a baby.
because babies aren't usually night people.
Did you just say babies are usually night people?
And aren't. They usually sleep at night.
Well, you say that unless they have a poopy diaper.
I have a baby. Niece.
And baby niece?
Yes.
Cause I'm pretty
Yeah,
sure.
I think Jonathan's fine.
Cause I'm pretty sure you don't got a million
I'm hoping.
other kids running into your room trying to grab the baby after it wakes up, and you're just like, hello.
No, we don't. We usually get her dropped off at my house so we can take care of her. Because fortunately for me, I got the evening one. I'm the youngest one here. In my family.
Oh.
Well, who is the oldest around here?
I'm 22.
Actually, surprisingly, what keeps getting me is that Jordan's older than me.
What older than all of us?
Who?
Eleanor?
Eleanor? How old is Eleanor?
Mm.
I heard she says she's 23 or so.
Oh, she's on vacation.
Actually, I
I'm
thought Jordan.
21.
Aren't you 23?
No, I'm 22. I'm gonna be 23 July 15th.
Oh.
I'm gonna be 22 in September.
I'm gonna be 22 in August. We'll have club here.
Andrew,
Wait,
how old
so
are you?
wouldn't that make me
21.
second oldest?
Sam?
Because I'm 22, but I was born in March
Next month.
of
Me
99.
21 next month, but.
So the youngest one in here is Clyde.
I'm 20 years old.
Ah, Glad's the baby. Glad is the little cute
Wait, how old is
baby.
Jonathan?
He went to the store with Nathan.
He
He's
did.
right here.
Who?
Where?
Yeah, no, Jonathan could walk by himself. He's a
How
big
old is
boy.
Jonathan?
I don't know. But honestly, he's a lot better. Actually, he's a lot smarter than a lot of people
Sam?
than the people think he is.
He's pulled the
Because I
cord
mean,
every
yes,
time,
no,
too.
occasionally he will make mistakes, especially when he's eager. When he's eager, it can be a little bit of a gambling game. But usually he's actually really good at stuff. Like, I mean, there were a couple of times when he almost got hit, but that was
And here
because
he
was
is.
eager.
Hey, Jonathan.
Hey, buddy. You know how was your walk? It was good?
Good.
Yeah?
Hey, Jonathan. You know how old you are?
How old are you?
You want to use your fingers?
He's like, I want to eat.
He's like, I'm hungry. My guess is that he's at least around 20.
19.
I would say at least around 20.
You said he's 20. You know when I said 21. He's 21 years old.
But
So is me and
month,
Andrew.
what month is he born?
Well, that doesn't matter. He's still 21.
Honestly, well, I mean, it kind of does matter.
You
because-
can always ask Sherry too. Sherry might
Yeah.
know.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
It was,
Yeah,
you missed
I'll
it.
cancel
So
me.
earlier, Sherry came when we were having a discussion. When you
you're
were
born in
walking in,
July.
Sherry asked me. She's
makes
like,
you older than
isn't
me.
your birthday tomorrow? I'm like, no, mine's July
youngest one
15th. She
here.
was like, why at my house do I
Really?
have your birthday as tomorrow?
You're 35?
What?
35?
That's a good question.
You're 34?
Why
No.
do you? I know my
I said
birthday.
I'm the youngest one here.
You're 28?
No.
He's 20.
You're 18?
Not even-
Clad's the
he
baby.
is. Yeah, he is 18. Have to know.
Clad's the baby. And apparently Jonathan got a kick out of that one.
I've always been the baby of the family.
That's
And look how much hair he is. You might think he's like he's 21. And look how tall he is too.
honestly, I'm actually the youngest of 4.
Why?
I'm
Saying I have 3 siblings.
I'm in my.
I'm the youngest of 4 kids.
I'm
In
I have
my
three
real
siblings.
I'm the youngest of 4 kids too.
I'm an only child.
In my real family, I'm the second oldest because it goes Greg, whose birthday is the first month. Then it goes me. Then it goes Logan. But in my adopted family, my sister's in March. My brother Tyler's in September. Devin's, and I don't know what month. Some of my brothers, I don't know their birthday.
And I don't know my family's birthday
It's
either.
funny. I don't even know exactly what my sibling's birthday is. All I know is that what month they're in. Except my second sister.
The
She's
only-
on her birthday's Christmas Eve.
The only birthday I
Doesn't
think
it
in my
kinda
head
defeat
is
the
Logan.
purpose?
Kinda.
If you think you can get double presents on Christmas Eve, that kind of beats the purpose.
Yeah. You were talking about how old you all were.
Yeah.
Because
I'm the youngest.
if you're born on Christmas Eve,
He's the baby of the class.
I'm the baby.
They were asking how
baby.
old Jonathan is. We were asking. He's like, I don't know.
he said he's 21.
Yeah, he's turning 21.
But we don't know what month is he born.
Jonathan, you remember when your birthday is?
Yeah.
Remember we had pizza for Jonathan last month, I believe.
We did.
Really?
Yeah.
In April?
Yeah, he wouldn't. Yeah, he was in April, if I remember correctly. He was April.
Well, I remember John was here, so we got problems.
Yeah, it was April because John was still here. John was still here, so it would have been April.
The only birthday I have is mine and my brother's, Logan's, because his is September 11th, 2000.
My second
9/11.
sister, Miss Sherry, it's funny because my second sister's birthday, you can't miss it because it's Christmas Eve. It's
You know,
funny.
all my sisters and me were close to Christmas.
Mm.
So mine's the furthest, December 10th. And my second sister is December 23rd. And then my other sister is January 5th. So it's almost always like pick a present from under the tree.
Oh,
Right, which just always felt like you got a little bit robbed.
yeah.
So I always ask, can I please have mine in birthday wrap? Right, because I
That's
picked
fair.
mine under there with Christmas wrap and it didn't feel very birthday-ish.
Yeah.
So my mom started always doing that for us. We get a
Makes sense.
birthday wrap once, made it feel more special. But your sister's even a day worse than mine. Christmas Eve.
And then my other one, my oldest sister, I believe, is in June. My brother's in February, and then my old man's birthday is today.
Well, what are you doing for him today?
Probably nothing, because we asked and he said nothing. It's nothing special, it's just another day. Except that he's off.
Well, that's good. Didn't
At
anything else?
least he is off, yeah.
Yeah. Was it a regular day off or did you
My
take it for his
sirens like.
I think he took it.
Good. Well, you got something then. That's
Yeah.
day at home.
Yeah.
I mean, what do you want to do?
And then my mom is October, I think, 3rd.
If it
My
opens-
mom, my birth mom's October 4th, and then my cousin Hazley's October 5th. Not birth mom, my adopted mom. So October
Hey
1st,
Tyler,
4th,
do you know
after.
what recycling
And
bin
then
is?
my
Blue
cousin
bin
Hazley's
right there.
October 5th.
This counts? Oh,
What is wailing over here?
It's
Not
okay,
me.
I'm
I'm
fine.
just reading a great book.
It's not me.
That's over 4 million words long.
I bet you it's Andrew. Andrew's
Yes,
the one
it
that's
is.
wailing around over here.
yeah, it's him.
Still DMV.
Honestly,
On
I'm
my
not
birthday, it will be nothing. But my-
You
my-
still
my
have
great
DMV.
birthday-
I mean, like every day.
lucky you.
I said
My
lovely.
great birthday.
Actually, we might have discussion.
That's all I want.
But
I'm staying after you.
Oh, fair enough.
I get
I'll
to go
say that
home.
much.
Yeah, you.
stuff where you have to stay 4 days a week, I only have to stay 2. For some goofy reason, all 4 of us are staying.
I don't know how much you do.
I think it's easier for the both of them than having to split days.
Right.
You never know if they'll get the vaccine or not.
I got both the vaccines.
Oh, I know, we do. But I don't know.
No, it's goofy, because you stay 4 days now, I stay 2. So you have 2 private days, and
What?
I'm like,
me and Paul's days are bombarded by the females.
why did you leave my school?
It depends on
Why are you going towards my school?
No, like,
Creepy and creepy.
Wednesday too.
That is true, we do have one today.
Yeah.
But no, it's funny.
Bless you.
Why
That's
you
my
in
little
my
joke
spot?
is that Michelle and Lauren bombarded our Thursday and Friday.
Why are you in my spot?
It stinks in there.
It's everyone's spot, and plus this is my spot. I cleaned it before you were born.
Oh wow. I'm the one who played with the kids this morning.
Old man's moving. Have his spot back.
I just want to see
Plans. Oh, chalet. A chalet.
Yes. Pronounce it correctly, please.
Okay, Miss Chalet.
Shayla.
No, chalet. It's French. You gotta go chalet.
Solas.
What?
Hey, it's French.
What's that?
Isn't French like a rather romantic language?
No, French, yeah. But here's the funny part is that a good majority of them are mean.
Yeah.
French
No.
people are mean.
Alright.
Like, what? Okay.
These are usually very rude.
You call it the love language, but yet the people aren't nice. Or at least just some of them, not all of them.
You wanna talk about not nice? Try going to Paris.
Yeah, Paris, people, not nice. And the terrible aggressive drivers.
I don't know.
Huh? You don't know what?
I don't know that that's true.
That Paris people aren't nice?
That's fine though, because us Asians, we can't drive.
You
Which
what?
I said us Asians, we
Give me
can't
my
drive.
I'm still here, and I'm just gonna go take my chair to my spot.
We only have 1 minute left of lunch.
I know. But I'm bringing my chair.
It's just a joke stereotype that us Asians can which is funny because you wouldn't think we were Asian, but we are. Because if you look closely, we have these scoops guys. And then my brother looks Puerto Rican.
It's noon. Wait,
So
are
are
we
we doing
having?
class discussion? Or are we just gonna go back to what we were doing?
They're going back to DMV, but if you would like to sit in on DMV because you need a break from the computer, you could do that. It's up to you. Or you can show me what you did first.
That's fine. Yeah, I can do that.
Oh, yeah.
Everyone's unique and
My phone's charging, so I can't. That's why I'm sitting here.
Oh yeah.
My
your phone's
phone, this thing can actually charge up to 2 devices.
Is that all we have is phones?
Well, yeah, but then it's gonna die.
No, he's just, Connor's just charging.
No, I
his-
meant for Miss Jordan.
Oh, yeah,
Good.
Jordan and Andrew. Did you save your website?
I would say if you use that Chromebook, but it's having trouble logging onto the internet.
Were we on mature driving program 36?
We were on.
24. page
24.
I think we were still
Pedestrian
on.
responsibility.
We were talking about pedestrians and crosswalks. We talked about oh yeah, the California stupid law.
The
Remember Tyler?
Oh, the red light one?
Yeah, that
We
one.
were talking about that, yeah.
Wait, no, we went on 24 because 24 on mine was something else.
Well, are you on the 2020 or are you on the 2021?
2020. I'm just saying it was something else for 24.
Well, we had just read the mature driver program and we're gonna do the pedestrian responsibility. Right?
Ouchie.
You're right. Unless you're seeing something that we don't.
No.
But yeah, that's what I was asking. The mature driver program, if we were gonna read that.
We already
We
finished
already
writing
read
it.
it, yeah. So I marked where we left off, I started. with
Pedestrian, we read that. Wait, did we read the pedestrian?
No, I just read the first couple of sentences.
Okay, so we're on that
So
page.
I'll just read that little part again.
Maybe, I don't know.
Okay?
It's so good.
I'm gonna see if I can get this Chromebook to work.
Okay. Okay. That's distracting. Okay, so pedestrian responsibilities. Pedestrians, including joggers, should be aware of traffic conditions. Watch out for joggers before assuming you have the right of way when crossing the street. Be aware that hybrid and electric vehicles are virtually silent when running on electric power, and you may not hear them approaching an intersection. That's right. They're very quiet, you can't hear.
Even
So always,
Teslas.
always be aware of where the cars are, so always look, don't just use your hearing, right? You're gonna wanna look and see. And also don't assume that they see you, right? Cause a lot of times drivers are distracted, they're late for work, they're late picking up their kids from school, or whatever the case. A lot of times they're distracted, and just be careful when you're crossing the street and you're a pedestrian.
If only there was like one button you can just press all the there's nothing like working, you know? Why there's that one button that you can just press, like, what is this button do? Shuts down car.
Yeah.
That would be
You'll
fun.
be shutting down cars like right and left. And
Oh yeah, that'd be funny.
If you know the website, you could use this Chromebook. I logged into it.
I have the website now, already on my phone, so.
Okay, so yield.
You don't have to, I'm just saying it might be easier.
Yield the right of way to vehicles when you cross the street between intersections and in areas with no pedestrian crosswalks or signals. Remember, making eye contact, that's what you just said. Making eye contact with the driver does not mean the driver will yield the right of way. Do not suddenly leave a curb or other safe place and walk or run into the path of a vehicle close enough to be a danger to you. This is true even though you are in a crosswalk, that's right. The law states that drivers must always yield the right of way to a pedestrian, but if the driver cannot stop in time to avoid hurting you, you still run the risk of being hit. Avoid distractions as a pedestrian. Do not use your cell phone or electronic wireless communication device while moving. To avoid becoming a hazard to vehicles and other pedestrians, you should be aware of your surroundings at all times. Always obey
Yeah, this
traffic
Chromebook
signal
works now,
lights.
if anybody wants to use it. Sorry, I'm interrupting. I got this Chromebook to work if anybody needs it.
Do you wanna use that, Andrew?
That's fine.
Well, I was thinking of Jordan, cause he has to sit over here, but.
You wanna use the Chromebook?
I'm fine.
Just trying to help out, you know?
Thank you. So you wanna use it, Jordan? You're welcome to use it.
I'm fine. I can still hear you, even though I'm just reading along as you read on my phone.
Okay. So whether the intersection has pedestrian or traffic signal lights, you must obey the pedestrian rules, refer to pages 29 and 30. At an intersection where traffic is not controlled by
I just found something.
What?
Jonathan can use the Chromebook. He's not able to read along because he doesn't have anything to read off of. So maybe Jonathan can use it.
Does it have to stay plugged in, Tyler?
No, it has a battery.
Do you wanna, use the Chromebook to read along? But I want you to sit over here though, okay?
I logged in with my student ID with the you know, the San Juan one.
Yeah.
But he can still use it, it's all good.
Okay, it looks like it's fully charged too.
Yeah, it's been sitting there for a while.
Okay, good.
You're not gonna be able to do that
freezing, I
you're
know,
so
I'm
for
always
this
cold.
next month.
I know, I'm not gonna have a San Juan account no more.
Oh yeah, I was witnessing a lot of body heat earlier, so I felt really sweaty.
Uh-oh, what happened to it, Tyler? It's not there anymore.
Oh no, does the battery die?
No, the battery's fine, it's full charge, but the
It's on the
site,
Google website.
the site's now gone.
No, it's not.
It was never there to begin with, I think.
You go up, you can type in whatever website you need to go to.
Where is it?
Can you get it back on, Fran?
It's on there. You don't
No,
see it?
I think she means the website.
The website, the book that
DMV
we're reading
website.
from.
Oh, I don't know what website you were on, I just put an angle.
Oh, I thought you had the
I'll send
DMV
it to
book
you
open
real
for
quick.
him. Here,
Hang
let me
on,
see.
let me type it in.
You got it? Okay.
I'm sorry, I was just,
Thank you,
I got the internet and all that to work on it, I just.
Oh, I think
Okay,
he already
thank you, Tyler.
assumed that
I think she assumed that you already had it up on the.
Yeah, I did.
I think she assumed that you already had
I
the
did.
DMV.
Probably like,
Sorry, I-
CA.dmv.
Things
Yeah.
are appearing.
Like that, and then they'll
Yeah.
look it up.
Or probably you do the DMV, you can just type in DMV, you go to the website and then you put it in 2020 handbook.
Yeah, I'll do that. Here we go. California driver handbook.
Looks like Arnold almost said.
It is. You
Why-
gotta open Chrome again.
It is Arnold?
Yep.
Why is your computer acting on its own?
It's not mine. That was Nathan's computer.
Why is there a picture of Arnold there?
That's
Why
my
is-
background.
Why is that
That's
your
your
background?
Yeah.
I'm tired of
Back
it.
when I was at Laurel Rough, that's what I put on there.
Why is that your
I
background?
don't use my Sam On account anymore.
All the teachers, they have on their background, you take
Well, I was in his class and I was on Google Classroom and I just downloaded the picture and set
Oh,
my
that's
background.
funny.
Why would you have that nightmare as your profile picture?
It's funny.
It is, but
But
it's
I
also
was funny because it's
terrifying.
all blurred out, but I saw the outline and I thought, God, that's like
Arnold.
Arnold. That's funny.
Internet's a little slow right now.
Yeah.
Probably I just think it's next time.
His phone?
Okay, guys. Give them a second
Where are we
to
on?
log in.
On
Huh?
what page are we on?
We are on page 24. We're reading the
Why
end
did it
of,
take you so long?
the end of
It shouldn't
pedestrian.
take this long.
Did you get it? Alex?
It's still loading.
Clap.
Yes?
So how about if Tyler's on it? You can go back to the.
Why'd you full screen
Work
it?
on it.
It was bothering me. Huh?
You can go back with Yvonne and work on it while Plaid is Tyler's
I
on
am
it.
glad. I can figure this out.
Yeah, let them figure that. Come on, we can't keep reading.
Alright. Okay, avoid distractions as a pedestrian. Do not use your cell phone or electronic wireless communication device while moving. To avoid becoming a, oh, sorry, you read that wrong. You did.
Okay.
Beware of your surroundings at all times.
When a traffic signal light changes to green or walk, look to left, right, and then left again.
I think you skipped the paragraph.
Okay,
I think it was always, okay. Yeah, it was always obey traffic.
okay, to always obey traffic signal lights. Whether the intersection has pedestrian or traffic signal lights, you must obey the pedestrian rules, refer to page 29. We're there, we got that. At an intersection where traffic is not controlled by traffic signal lights, drivers are required to yield the right of way to pedestrians within any crosswalk, marked or unmarked. When a traffic signal light changes to green or walk, look left, right, then left again, and yield the right of way to any vehicle in the intersection before the traffic signal light changes. If the traffic signal light begins blinking or changes to don't walk, or to an upraised hand like this, after you have gone partway across a divided street, you may continue to cross the street. Do not stop or delay traffic unnecessarily while crossing a street. Pedestrians are not permitted on any toll bridge or highway crossing unless there's a sidewalk and signs stating pedestrian traffic is permitted. If there are no sidewalks, walk facing oncoming traffic. Do not walk or jog on any freeway where signs tell you that pedestrians are not allowed. Do not walk or jog in a bike lane unless there is no sidewalk. At night, make yourself more visible by wearing white, light, or reflective material clothing. Carry a flashlight.
Question mark?
Uh-huh.
Do traffic signal lights even have walk and don't walk anymore? I don't usually see them.
Alright, there we go. What page are you on?
Yeah, I do. I see the hand.
Which page are you on?
and the-
24.
I'm on 25.
Like I see the hand and I
25,
see and I see like the, you know.
Don't walk, don't
Is it
walk.
the one
Yeah,
that
but I
says
never
section
see the
7?
walk or don't walk.
It's a new technology.
Around 25.
Tyler, check your school email.
I never see
on
the walk
Chromebook.
and don't walk
Why?
anymore.
I sent a
Like
link
I've
to
never
you.
actually seen that.
What did you send?
A link to Tyler on school email. It's the exact same link that.
Fine, I'll do that.
Phone.
Why are you doing that?
I just wanted to help out.
Okay,
I thought I
you're
already
not
looked
supposed
it
to be on separate things, right?
I
was
thought
the
I already
agreement,
looked up
that
the
you'd be on your
DMV
phone.
number.
Yeah, it's probably the same exact one.
And he
Yeah,
has,
it is.
he has it over
I already looked it up on Google.
No.
Yeah, I already
So
had it.
don't do extra stuff unless you're asked, okay?
Okay.
So get back on the website where you're supposed to be, you can.
I never
Okay.
see the walk-in door. Is that just me?
Well, I guess it depends on where you're at.
Like, what about here?
They have them over here and over here.
I never see it.
So what's the normal then? You guys are always right.
I always see the one with like
Don't
the
walk.
white man who walks.
What? Really?
And then I
haven't
see
seen
the
that.
hand.
Really? I see the don't walk.
I
I'm
never
just gonna.
see
I guess I see the hand too.
You want Jonathan to sit with you so you can help him look at what page you're on?
Yeah, sure.
I got the PDF pulled up.
Okay, good.
Okay.
Let's get him
Well, no,
back.
he can sit
Oh.
over here, as I'm reading, I can't keep track of
Or over
the
here?
pages on, yeah, Clyde can help.
There you go.
Sure, I can
Yeah, just sit over here.
Is that okay?
Sure.
I got the PDF pulled up.
I can always scroll to whatever.
Yeah. Okay, so new technology, on page 25.
Yeah, new technology.
Your vehicle may have technology that allows you to have cell phone conversations or play music from an electronic wireless communications device. With the increase of such technologies, it is important to remain aware of road conditions and avoid driving distractions. Here are some tips to reduce technological distractions. Do not input navigation instructions while driving. Do not, so do you guys know what that means? What's that mean?
Not hook up your Bluetooth while you're moving.
Yeah. You wanna do that ahead of time, if you're gonna go to a new destination, you use the maps, or Google Maps, whatever, do that ahead of time before you take off, right?
Yep.
Okay, do not adjust music or other electronic wireless communications devices while driving.
That's why I always have a full playlist before I start driving.
Yeah. For navigation devices, use the auto navigation function when possible. Note, technologies such as a backup camera and self-parking cannot solely be used on a driving test. The purpose of a driving test is to ensure your ability to drive. Now, sometimes, and it doesn't have to be like a brand new car, but like my car is a 2008, so it's older. But on the steering wheel, it has this capability where, I can, access my radio by a couple little buttons on my steering wheel.
Same with mom's car.
I can put the volume up or down, I can change the radio stations on the steering wheel. I can also, it's not hooked up, but I can also, if it were hooked up, I could answer my phone on my steering wheel.
That's awesome, impressive.
Okay, well, when I get it fixed, it's in the shop.
Oh, really?
Yeah, Michelle.
Yes.
Remind me, I bring you a card.
Okay.
Okay, I think I have it in my purse, so.
Oh, cool, thank you.
Yeah. So anyway, oh yeah, it's in the shop. I don't have it.
What happened there anyway?
Well, it was initially the transmission, now I think it's a head gasket, so if it's a
Ooh.
head gasket, it's garbage.
That's okay.
I'm not gonna fix it, cause it's gonna be an arm and a leg or something like first one, so.
Why are you like that?
Not literally your arm.
Not literally, no. Okay, occupant protection. This is whoever's in your car, so seatbelts. Okay, seatbelts. Wearing seatbelts is the law. Always fasten your seatbelt and make sure all your passengers are using seatbelts or child restraints. Now, when you're in a car, it's some cars will have an alarm on the dashboard if someone in your car is not wearing their seatbelt. Believe it or not, some people don't wear the seatbelts the right way. They'll put it on like this, and they'll get their arm and put their arm through, and it's just a lap belt at that point. My mother used to do that. This was a long time ago too. She's older now and she knows better, but then she'd be like, oh no, it's just uncomfortable. She'd get her arm through and I'll look over and it's just a lap. I'm like, we're not driving. I'm not going out of the driveway with that seatbelt the right way. So that will stop an alarm from going off if somebody has that belt clicked, right?
Right.
But if they have it, and a lot of children would do this too, if they're old enough to be in just the seatbelt, make sure they're strapped in correctly. Because if it's clicked and they wear it the wrong way, cause it's easy just to slip your hand through and get it to where it's just a lap belt, right? Always make sure before you take off that your passengers are all buckled up the right way. It's very important, okay? Just throw that out there. Okay. Wearing seatbelts, both lap belt and shoulder harness will increase your chance of survival in most type of collisions. It is important to wear the seatbelt correctly. A shoulder harness is worn across the shoulder and chest with minimal, if any, slack. That sometimes when you're in an older car and you put your seatbelt on, it can't have a lot of leeway, right? Because you want your strap to fit on your chest, right? And it shouldn't be really tight either. You know, it's supposed to lock when you have impact, right? It'll lock on you. But
You can always have the fighter jet pilots will usually wear their seatbelts. Since if they're going upside down, like for like stunts or something like that, they're going upside down. And yet, if you have it too tight, it'll kind of hurt the shoulders if you're upside down.
But chances are we're not getting our license.
I know.
It'd be nice if I would do it, but yeah, you would, I know. Okay, but yeah, you don't wanna have, because if you have your shoulder strap and it's really super loose and you have to like yank it a little bit because it'll what's the word I'm looking for? Activate it, I guess, that's not the word, but it'll force it to sit back right. And if you can't get it to sit across your chest, you might wanna sit in a different location in the car because the seatbelt's not working. So you always check that. It's extremely important to wear your seatbelt all the time. You're moving in the car, right? Yeah. Okay, so the shoulder harness should not be worn under the arm or behind the back. Wearing the harness the wrong way could cause serious internal injuries in a collision. The lap belt should be adjusted so that it is snug and lies low across your hips after fastening. Otherwise, in a crash, you could slide out of the belt, resulting in injury or death. Pregnant women should wear the lap belt as low as possible under the abdomen, and the shoulder strap should be placed between the breasts and to the side of the abdomen's bulge. So if you're pregnant, well, yeah. You and all passengers must wear a seatbelt, or you and your passengers may be cited. If the passenger is under 16 years old, you may be cited if they're not wearing their seatbelt. The graphic illustrates what can happen in a collision. If you are struck from the side, the impact could push you back and forth across the seat, I'm sorry.
Street? What?
There's no street in the car.
I'm sorry.
That is funny.
Okay, seatbelts and shoulder harnesses keep you in a better position to control the vehicle and may minimize serious injuries. The graphic also illustrates how, when you collide, your vehicle stops, but you keep going at the same speed you were traveling until you hit the dashboard or windshield. Yeah, because that car is gonna stop when you hit somebody, when you hit something, another car or whatever happens. Your car is gonna stop, but if you're not wearing that seatbelt, you're gonna keep going, right?
Yeah.
And you're gonna hit either the steering column, you're gonna hit the windshield, dashboard, whatever's, right?
Seatbelt saved my life.
So,
Seatbelt saved my life.
yeah, I was in a car crash and, I wasn't wearing a seatbelt. Wasn't the law at that time, it was a long time ago. It was like, well, if you wanted to, you could wear them. We didn't, me and my friend. I was a passenger and we hit hard. And I saw it come in a split second. It's so funny how much you thoughts are going in your head in a split second.
Like,
But in that second, I thought, oh my God, I'm gonna hit that windshield. And I tried to lift my elbow up because I didn't have a seatbelt. I tried to lift my elbow up, got up to here, like this, and we hit, and I went forward. And my elbow, I don't know if you guys ever noticed my elbow, but it's like a road map, just completely all scarred because I literally crashed into the dashboard because I didn't have the seatbelt on. After that, of course, I don't even go on a driveway without a I had a seatbelt on, right, because had I had that seatbelt.
Yeah, the first thing you do when you drive your car is put your seatbelt on. You don't
Absolutely,
even, you
well,
don't
now
even
it's, now
turn
you
it
have
on.
no choice, cause now it's a law.
Yeah, you can't even turn the car on until you put your seatbelt on. That's what you're supposed to do.
And some cars,
Do you know that what we're gonna say, cause it might be what I was just
I
gonna
was
say.
gonna say some cars, it depends on what car. Like my aunt's car, if you do not have a seatbelt on in my aunt's car, it will make this annoying beep sound. It will be like beep beep beep.
Yeah,
Every car will do that?
you know, but
Newer
you know
cars,
too,
yeah.
there's the cars, and I can't remember which car it is, but it'll put the seatbelt on for you.
Oh my
You get it?
God, I
And
love
it is
those.
so unnerving, yeah. You get in, shut the door, turn the car, and all of a sudden, and it just goes, it goes across your chest. It's like, I don't like that. Yeah, I'd rather put it on myself,
That
but
is
there's
so
the car.
futuristic.
I know.
But, yeah, and, yeah, so that
That's
was,
not
I did
pretty
not
cool,
like
though.
that. Well, you don't have a choice, cause they don't do it for you.
I mean, when will you ever not have your seatbelt unless you're getting out?
Well, you're right. So
How
I
would
would
you get
rather
out
have a
of
car
seatbelt?
alarm, you know, if there's someone in the vehicle that doesn't have the seatbelt on, I think that they should be able to knock your ass, like,
How do you even get out of the seatbelt?
out of the seatbelt?
Yeah.
Oh, when it automatically did it?
Mhm.
When you turn the car off, it comes off.
Strange.
Yeah, so, it's just kinda weird to have it on automatically. I wish I could remember, so long ago, I just can't remember what kind of car it was that I sat in to test drive a car, and then it
Is it like
did
a Mercedes or something?
I don't remember, I really don't remember. Couldn't have been that long ago, because it's not a thing now, right? So. I know, right?
Can I read the child regulation system and safety seats?
Okay, what time do we have? Well, we only got 5 minutes, I'm gonna go ahead and read it.
Yeah, I was actually gonna ask, recommend if I could give it a shot.
What's that?
I was actually gonna recommend if I could give it a shot.
I'm gonna go ahead and read
Alright.
the last, part of it, we only got 5 minutes.
Yeah.
Okay, so, child restraint system and safety. Your child must be secured by either a federally approved child passenger restraint system or a safety seatbelt, or a safety belt depending on their height and age. Now, you guys, I know that this is.
I thought it was
something that-
based on weight.
Right, I'm gonna read the rest of it, but I'm gonna read this next little thing I'm gonna read is gonna be on the exam.
Okay.
Okay, so children under 2 years old must be secured in a rear-facing child passenger restraint system unless the child is 40 pounds or more, 3 feet inches or taller, or 3 feet inches or taller. So that child-facing car seat is gonna be on the exam, I'm sure of it.
I remember seeing something like that with this.
Yeah, so I have it down in my book, and yes, if you have, or you might wanna write it down, Andrew.
Oh,
That would
and
be something I would write down
the next
if I
one
were
too,
you.
it says children under 8 years old who are less than 4 feet 9 inches tall.
Okay, so
Which
the
one
next
was
one
it?
too, children under 8 years old, or who are less than 4 feet 9 inches tall must be properly secured in a federally approved child passenger restraint system. So you guys wanna, did you highlight that one too? And then Andrew, do you wanna write, I would write that
I
down.
took a screenshot of it.
Okay. You can pull that up later, right? Jordan, did you wanna write that down?
No, I got it in my brain.
Hi.
Okay, I'm
I hope your brain remembers.
gonna ask you about that tomorrow morning, we'll see how.
No, we don't leave yet.
Huh?
I was just wondering why you had your back.
Oh, because I'm gonna put my laptop away.
Okay, I'm gonna write this down, so I'm gonna ask you guys about this tomorrow morning. Dun, dun, dun. Gonna
Oh
see if
no,
you
not
guys
the
remember.
Yvonne quiz.
I'll
Yeah,
ask you
no.
first.
There's no real
Huh?
fancy.
Huh?
There's no real seating, there's no real on-site front jump.
Okay. So, children under 8 years old may ride in the front seat of a vehicle in a federally approved child passenger restraint system under the following instances. There is no rear seat. The rear seats are side-facing jump seats. The rear seats are rear-facing seats. The child passenger restraint system cannot be installed properly in the rear seat. All rear seats are already occupied by children 7 years old or younger. Medical reasons require the child not to ride in the back seat. A child may not ride in the front seat of an airbag-equipped vehicle if they are in a rear-facing child passenger restraint system. Children who are 8 years old or older, or who have reached at least 4 feet 9 inches of height may use a properly secured safety belt meeting federal standards. Note, child passenger restraint system installation may be checked by contacting local law enforcement agencies and fire departments. As your child grows, check to see if the passenger restraint system is the right size for your child. And then,
And then,
okay, I'll finish reading this page and then we can get ready to go. Riding safely with airbags. Airbags are a safety feature that help keep you safer than a seatbelt alone. Ride at least 10 inches measured from the center of the steering wheel to your breastbone from the airbag cover. If you can do this while maintaining full control of the vehicle, you cannot safely sit, if you cannot safely sit 10 inches away from the airbag, contact your vehicle dealer or manufacturer for advice about additional ways of moving back from your airbag. Passengers should also sit 10 inches away from the passenger side airbag. Important, children seated next to a side airbag may be at risk of serious or fatal injury. Okay, I'll stop there. Whew. Just a little.
this is a good read.
Yeah. Very
Good read,
good.
good.
Okay. I've got my stuff highlighted for whenever I need it.
Hi, Tony, did you have a good day? Yeah, I like your math. That was very cool.
Here, Tyler.
That's Nathan.
That's weird, I've never seen that.
That was Nathan's old one.
Okay, so tomorrow.
Why'd you close it?
I'll just leave it here.
Perfect.
The
Okay.
laptop gives you access to my computer on your phone.
I don't know if you know what I did
Because I have it bookmarked
last
and I
night?
can read it.
So you will have it easier next time.
Yeah.
Right?
Okay.
I had no idea where
But you know,
I could not find my wallet. Anywhere.
Oh,
And so this
Anywhere.
morning,
thank you.
I was like, I told my wife, I said, I need you to help me find my wallet. She's like, oh, you left it in my car. She knew the whole time. I was looking for like an hour.
And she done, and you know,
Why did you just not tell me? Well, she didn't know. I didn't say.
Oh, you
I didn't
didn't
tell her I was looking for an hour.
yeah, well, what?
She didn't know what I was looking for. She just left me to do my thing. Yeah.
Well, if you have any questions, if you're evening after work, you text me, okay?
We all do it.
But at least you have your book to go over and read the rest of it on
That's so
your
true.
before Thursday.
I get to keep it?
You can have it, yeah.
This sucker be heavy.
Yeah.
Every wall, every key.
If you want to go to support, that's fine.
Oh, I think that, Michelle has volunteered as a step representative.
And Miss Mary, if it's okay with you, Miss Michelle, right, Jonathan, Miss Michelle is also gonna be there because, to help, cause we were thinking about having
You gonna
someone
take the
help
sidecar
read the
seat, right?
questions
And
to
then,
me.
definitely.
Cause I feel
Okay,
like if
cool.
I go in there by myself
This
and
computer
I
needs
just
to
read
update,
this,
that's why
I'm
I'm
not
doing it on.
understanding it, cause I'm like.
That's why it wouldn't log onto the
I'm not
Wi-Fi.
understanding this.
I had to log it onto my hotspot. I think it's from like 2014?
According
Seems
to
like
my
it's there, it's an
knowledge,
AC
what
server.
Paul has learned is
Yeah, it's
actually
when
that's
it's older
something
plugs.
that you
Mm-hmm.
say when you first
Haven't
get
seen a
there.
plug like that in
So
a
we don't
long
know
time.
yet, we're just
Yeah.
gonna try and find out.
Yeah, since
Sounds
like,
good?
what, high school?
Yeah.
Bye, I have to go to the bathroom, but I can't, cause Royce is in the
Can you go this way
bathroom.
for me?
He'll be there in a while.
Occupied.
Old notes.
Well done.
You want me to add you to my smart ride?